see so many people here, and hopefully there are a number of people online. Today is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, and this is our regular session of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And our first order of business is our call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I am the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair. Thank you for being here.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Yate Abena, thank you for all being here today to be with us and to listen to things that are very important to our constituents out there and you as staff as well, and all my board members here. Thank you for being here this morning. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5. All right, very good. Well, we are going to go through the agenda, although we're going to make one change to the agenda, and I apologize, I didn't catch this sooner. It's usually our, what we usually do is we have our proclamations before we have any kind of discussion or board motions, adoption matters on the agenda. So we're going to move item number 8, which is our proclamation for designating June 2025 as Pride Month, which June is, and we're going to move that to the top. And so we will do that after our call to the public, and we will do the tentative budget adoption afterwards. So with that, let's move forward on our agenda. Our next is a Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand so we can honor our country. All right, moving along, we have call to the public and members of the community and those that are here with us today. This is our time for we, the board, to hear from you. So if you have items that you would like to address here with the Board of Supervisors, now is the time for you to address these items. These items normally are not on the agenda. We cannot act on these items. However, we can refer them to our staff for further review and or for a later board meeting where we could then discuss them in the future. We remind you, this is a public meeting. We remind you to be respectful to others. We also remind you that you have a limit of 3 minutes per speaker for this. All views that can be expressed are certainly welcome, but we ask that you do it in a respectful manner. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, who is just marvelous, by the way. We're just so lucky to have her. And she will explain the call to the public. And this is for those that are here today, present, and or that are online with us and are listening to us online. So with that, Lindsay, I'm going to give this to you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment during our call to the public, we do have comment cards up by the door on the table there, but you can also come on up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes to speak if you can please state your name for our minutes. And also we have a board comments email for anyone that is watching the stream. You can send in your board comment through email at boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And we do not have any comments right now in the inbox. And we do not have any comment cards, so if there's anyone out in the audience that would like to come up to the podium for call to the public, you can do so now.
Now is the time to hear from you, members of the public. So if you would like to, please feel free to come up and address the board.
It looks like we do not have anyone that wants to make a comment, Chair.
All right, then we are moving forward, and we're very excited for the next proclamation. The next proclamation that we have, the next item on the agenda is our proclamation. As I said, it's consideration and action to approve a proclamation designating June 2025 as Pride Month. And this is something that we, the board, have done for many decades, and we look forward to the designation again. And so with that, I would like to welcome to read our Pride Proclamation, Zane Jacobs, who's the CEO and President of Flagstaff Pride. Oh, please come to the podium, and I see you brought your fan club. So good to see you, Zane, and thank you for being here to read this proclamation. And can you help make sure that that mic is on? Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, board. Yate Benek, Zane Jacobs. Last year, Nation Pilagana Bushes Chin, Kia Ani Doshache, Pilagana Doshanella. I'm the president of Flagstaff Pride. I'm so thankful to be here. Coconino County Proclamation designating June 2025 as Pride Month. Whereas Coconino County Board of Supervisors, citizens, and local governments across the county to observe Pride Month and honor the history of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit plus LGBTQIA2+ movement, and to support the rights of the citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas Coconino County is committed to strengthening visibility, respect, equal opportunity for LGBTQIA+ individuals in our diverse community, recognizing the rainbow flag as a symbol of pride, inclusion, dignity, and support for social movements that advocate for the LGBTQIA2S+ community. And whereas the Coconino County recognizes the LGBTQIA2+ community who have greatly contributed to the civic, cultural, and economic successes in our county, state, nation, and acknowledge the essential need for ongoing education and awareness to end discrimination and justice. And whereas the Coconino County commemorates the achievement and progress of LGBTQIA2S+ community with historic Supreme Court rulings, striking down the regressive laws affirming the right to marriage equality, securing workplace protections in every state and territory. And whereas the Coconino County stands in solidarity with Matthew Shepard, James Byrd Jr., Hate Crimes Prevention Act passed on October 22nd, 2009, and signed into law by President Barack Obama on October 28th, 2009, which expanded the definition of a hate crime law to include crimes involving by a victim of actual perceived gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. And whereas Coconino County remembers the victims of hate crimes and stands in unity to eradicate violence and intolerance everywhere they exist. And whereas Coconino County Board of Supervisors calls for the increase in allyship, encourages residents to reflect on the ongoing struggle of the LGBTQIA+ community, and whereas celebrating Pride Month increases awareness and provides support and advocacy for Coconino County's LGBTQIA2S+ community as an opportunity to act and engage in dialogue and strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, it being resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby designate June 2025 as Pride Month throughout Coconino County, and will celebrate Pride in the Pines on June 21st with programs, ceremonies, activities, thereby strengthening us as a county, state, and nation. Signed and sealed on the 3rd day of June 2025, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
All right. Thank you, Zane, and for your group.
Thank you.
And it is usually what we do is we have a motion and a vote on this, and then I will take comments from the board members. And also will afterwards, please stay and continue to look so good because we want to take a picture afterwards, all right? So, and I don't know if we have anybody here from the county to talk about just some of the events for coming up Pride Week, but after the motion and after our comments, we'll also ask the county to provide what they're doing for Pride. So with that, I am at this time going to ask for a motion designating June 2025 as Pride Month in Coconino County.
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? We have 4-1. The proclamation passes. So we are June once again, Pride Month. And what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to turn this to my colleagues for comments. I have some and I will do those at the end. So anybody like to start us out? Supervisor Begay, please.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for being here and getting this item on the agenda, which is very, very important. I really fully support everybody. As a district board of supervisor, I represent my whole District 4 and the county as a whole. We are all five-fingered. We all have, things that we do that we do. And so I just want to say that we're all together. We cannot do without one another. We have to, be there for one another, whether it be for anything that is affecting the county, not just the county, the whole United States. We have to appreciate everybody for who they are and how they fit into our communities and how they give to the community. So I just want to say thank you so much for being here today. And I wholeheartedly support the proclamation as we approved it as a board of supervisors. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Good morning, everyone. Pride Month is a time to celebrate love, courage, and the freedom to live true to who we are. In a community like ours, diverse in background, belief, and politics, that freedom means something real. I wasn't raised in any one church, but I've always respected the values many people of faith carry: kindness, integrity, and compassion. At the heart of it, I think we all want the same thing: a place where our neighbors are treated with dignity and our kids can grow up safe and proud. That includes our LGBTQ plus neighbors, friends, and family. And yes, that includes our trans community as well. We have veterans in that community who have served with honor and risked everything to defend our freedoms. And I believe those freedoms should protect everyone. But let's be honest, there's a lot of misinformation out there right now, especially about trans people. And that's not harmless. It's leading to policies that take away healthcare, harm mental health, and chip away at basic civil rights. This isn't about party lines. It's about protecting people and making sure we don't let fear win where understanding is needed. That's what Pride's really about. Not politics, people, families, love. So let's stand together and let's make sure freedom really does mean all of us. Thank you and happy Pride.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Yat Eshiash. Thank you all for coming, and it is really sad today that we still have to be brave to stand up for our rights. That we have been, if minorities have been fighting for their rights since this country, foreigners stepped on this country. Just the other day, June 2nd, was the day of the Native American Citizens Act. And when Native Americans in 1924 became, it was legalized where they became citizens on their own homelands. And they had to fight in the courts for that. They had to fight for recognition. And today, just because of our color or who we are, we're still fighting for our rights, for healthcare, education, or just walking down the street and safe, so that our family can be safe, fighting for our families. Today is, thank you for reading the proclamation. There is so much more. You can spread that across to all other minority groups. And this is what causes war. This is what causes friction within families, with even individual peoples themselves, because they have to be brave to be able to speak out for themselves. And I think that it's just really important that we all recognize each other as people. As County Board of Supervisors, we represent people that we sometimes do not agree with their opinions. Sometimes we agree with them and we work through that, but we represent everyone, whether where they're from. And county services, we provide services where people are. We don't ask who they are. We don't ask if they have we don't ask to find out more background about them before we provide service. We take them as they are, whether they're homeless, if they're at home, or just needing a little assistance so that they can do for themselves. That's who we are as a county, where we respect everyone throughout that comes through as visitors and residents that live here. And so I would just say that about LGBTQ and trans. It is so sad to see that people are being abused with policy, with laws, just so that just to hurt someone. That is very sad. So I think that we as people need to come together and really just see each other as five-fingered people, and that we just are respectful of each other and take us where we are today. So I just want to just recognize you all for coming. Thank you. And I thank all the services that do provide service and people that do take people where they are and just treat them with kindness and respect. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And, want to thank obviously Zane, and I know you have a lot of members of the Pride Board here. And thank you for being with us today and for this proclamation and celebrate Pride and for the great Pride event that's coming up. That's always so much fun, and people from all over Arizona and really all over the region really come up to and enjoy. Coconino County Board of Supervisors have long joined with most of the rest of the nation in celebrating Judah's Pride Month and honoring the contributions of LGBTQ plus individuals. What started in 1969, and some of you may not have been alive in 1969, but some of us were, was an uprising at Stonewall, which sparked a civil rights movement to end discrimination and harassment against LGBTQ individuals. The momentum from Stonewall prompted legislation intent on curbing discrimination against same-sex relationships and promoting equal rights for LGBTQ plus, I can't say all of them, individuals in employment, education, healthcare, housing, and culminating in the recognition of same-sex marriage. This year's Pride's proclamation is particularly poignant because we are facing times which has been in the past largely accepted as American values, and that has been part of the American promise, and that is equal opportunity and fair treatment for all. And yet this very, very basic principle and concept is coming under attack. The basic foundation of our Constitution, the promise of equality and equal justice, is dismissed as being, quote, woke, and the hard fought for constitutional rights of diversity, equity, and inclusion is being vilified. Women, people of color, LGBTQ plus individuals have increasingly become targets of intimidation, ridicule, and even violence. It is no wonder that more than 40% of LGBTQ youth report having considered suicide in this past year. The fear generated from the attempts to dehumanize people based on their sexuality or gender preference is real, and we are facing it every single day. Celebrating Pride and our county's proclamation is an affirmation and recognition that we will not tolerate stripping someone of their rights and basic humanity, and that LGBTQ plus individuals are welcomed and embraced as we form the fabric of our diverse and inclusive community. Intolerance, hatred, discrimination, and division have no place here, nor should they anywhere in this country. Celebrating the Pride Month affirms our commitment that love is love and increases our allyship in standing together to eradicate intolerance and advance equal rights. So I am very pleased to be part of this proclamation. I'm so proud of you all for being here. That's what Pride's all about. And really appreciate your advocacy and support and advancing this county and this country for all that we can be and should be. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the board and thank everyone for being here this morning. And I am actually very proud to be part of a board that stands for diversity. And I would like to take just very briefly to talk about the three components of diversity. The first one is visible diversity, and I'm going to use this board as an example. We have both male and female members here. We have three different races represented here. We have Native American, Hispanic, and Caucasian. And then we have invisible diversity. Examples of that would be educational background, sexual orientation, and work history. And then we have a third component of that, and it is sometimes termed as worldview. And examples of that would be an individual's preference on, let's say, political preferences or religion or faith or just larger worldviews on social issues. And so I have said all of that to say that it is okay that this board does not look the same. It is okay that this board does not come from the same background. And it is also okay that this board does not think the same. And I want to be very clear, and I want to speak to all of the people here this morning to tell you that even though we have differences of opinions, discrimination for any reason is intolerant, is literally intolerable to me. And I want you all to know that very much. So, thank you.
All right. Well, we appreciate the comments from this board and the commitment of this board to equality and justice. And I don't know, do we have any updates on where we, oh, here. I want to hear what we're doing here in Coconino County.
Thank you so much, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Happy Pride. Thank you to all for being here. How exciting. We are going to be having lunch and learns on Wednesdays, the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th. The first one will be talking about the Stonewall riot, Chair Horseman, as you just discussed. And then we have some stories on elderly LGBTQ individuals. And we also have a video representing LGBTQ athletes. And then on the 18th, we're going to be talking about what happened beyond Stonewall and the impact it had. I did send out a global flyer yesterday. If anyone is interested in getting the invites to these lunch and learns, please reach out to me, Krista Cedillo, or Arena Contreras. We're happy to get you that invitation. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Really appreciate that. So now is the moment we've all been waiting for, and that is the photo, right? And you know, everybody who wants to be part of this, join us on the other side here. Let's get a photo. All right. All right, we're back. So, members of the community and those that are here, as you know, we moved up the proclamation number 8 since light of the number of the people that were here and because of their schedules. So we are moving back to the agenda. So please take a look. We have the tentative budget adoption. That's where we are right now. And I see we have Siri there, so we know we're at the budget adoption. Number 1 is consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $443,009,427. Now that's a number. So I'm going to turn this over to Siri. Oh my God, 443 million. I'm not used to going into the millions. I'm sorry. 443,009,427. Thank you. That's why you're our legal counsel.
Off. Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So what I have today is just a couple pieces of background information as we go into final adoption that will happen at the end of June. Today, what we're doing is the tentative budget adoption, and just for information for the public, and also knowing, Supervisor Ontiveros, this is your first time fully through this process. We have a 2-piece adoption for our budget annually. There's a tentative adoption and a final adoption. The tentative adoption, where we are today, sets the expenditure ceiling for the county. What that means is that this $443 million that was just read off, that is the maximum amount the county can expend next fiscal year. We're setting a ceiling there, regardless of our revenue sources. So if we were to receive, $100 million federal grant, and if we received a $500 million federal grant, then we could only expend up to $443 million of it because of this ceiling. So I did send an email with some information. So compared to last year, it is a decrease in our total budget. And the reason for that, and a lot of it was discussed during our budget meetings that we held over the last several weeks, is that we are going to experience a decline in federal funding next year. That is an anticipated decline in federal funding. We had a lot of federal dollars coming our way over the last several years related to pandemic initiatives and also flood control mitigation. And so in comparison, this is still a ballpark budget, what we usually set, that does include plenty of room for what I would call contingency for those scenarios. We do put placeholders in for any federal awards that we're in the process of applying for, or we think we might get, so that if we are awarded, then we have within our ceiling the ability to expend it. But everything else in the budget reflects what was discussed. We had 2 weeks, just for public information, we had 2 weeks with the board where every department came in, presented their budget. There was lots of discussions on the budget and the initiatives for fiscal year 26. So today is really coming to the legal schedules for tentative adoption. They look like this. There's a cover sheet. These schedules are provided by the Arizona Auditor General's office, and this is the required format by which we must adopt the budget. And so it does reflect, we took all of the information from those meetings, it does reflect all of the discussions, and it just lays it out in this format that's required by the state. After this point, so this is kind of step 1, we can change the budget before final adoption. So what we do is we take this information, we have legal public notice requirements that includes publication in the Daily Sun, publication on our website, providing notice to the public, as well as notifying taxpayers of the final adoption public hearings and truth and taxation public hearings that will be coming up then in a couple weeks at the end of June. During that time, that is the time where public hearings are held on the budget, and the public can come and make comment. They can make comment electronically leading up to those meetings. They can ask questions. If any member of the public has any questions, I would encourage them to reach out and ask those questions as well. But we will be publishing this information for the public once it's tentatively adopted. And then we will come back for final adoption in a couple weeks after we've done all of our public notices and our public hearing process. So today we don't have a full presentation on the budget. We will do that when we do our required public hearings at the end with the final adoption. But I will also note that we have to go through and we not only adopt the full budget for Coconino County, which does include all of our separate legal entities like the flood control district and the jail district under that umbrella, but we are also statutorily required to then resolve as each individual separate legal entity and adopt their budget separately as well, even though it's included in that total. The last piece that I will note is that the general board not only adopts the budget for the entire county, but on action item number 2, they are required, the board, you all are required to adopt a budget for the fire district assistance tax. This is a statutorily required tax. There is a statute that outlines how this is calculated, how it's determined, and really it is a requirement of the Board of Supervisors for which there is no discretion. The tax rate is calculated based on what is going to then be what will be collected in a secondary property tax and redistributed back to the individual fire districts within Coconino County. But it's just one of those obscure statutes that falls under the Board of Supervisors. There's a maximum tax rate of 0.10 per $100 of assessed value, and the county has been at that as their required rate for several years, probably decades actually at this point. So that is what item number 2 represents. So just for clarification, it's a statutory requirement that's also part of this process. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the board for tentative adoption.
Any questions, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, all those documents that you have, there's not anything for the board to look at to double check everything?
Yes, so thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. So everything that rolls here is really a line item in the budget, whether it's an individual salary line or maybe a supply line. There's probably about 20,000 individual line items that roll into these official schedules. So if you have questions on anything, before the final adoption, because as I mentioned, we can make changes before that. You are welcome to, peruse these schedules. Let me know any questions you have. I'm happy to explain all of it, but to get to that point, and the reason that it takes a little bit of time between when we wrapped up meetings and bringing it to today is that we do have a quality review process that happens upstairs. So multiple eyes have been on this. Multiple people have recreated these schedules to ensure their accuracy with the state requirements.
So right now the set's only, that set is the only one you have, and all we have is a document saying how much it's going to be. I kind of don't feel comfortable with that, but if that's the way we're going to do it, I guess, and the board wishes to do it, the rest of the board, I guess I'll have to go along with it, because I really would like to see these documents in place, for each one of the districts, the flood control, the tax, and the, others, flood control taxes, and then the fire district stuff. I think it's important for us to at least, look at their budgets. How much is that total and what is it for? And I think it's just kind of all together right now with what you're kind of explaining it to. So I would feel more comfortable to approve everything once we go over everything first, and then do the final budget approval. I mean, the temporary budget approval.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just a couple points of clarification on that. So these schedules were emailed yesterday, and they are the legal format by which we are required to adopt. The detailed information was provided during the discussions with the board on each department. That's where you receive the details. So what's on these schedules is, for flood control, for example, is the number that's in your staff report. It's just one expenditure number for that district on these schedules. If you're interested, I can point you to where each one lives as we walk through those adoptions, so you can compare out that number. I'm happy to do that. But if you have any other questions on the revenue sources or the individual expense sources, I can follow up with that information, or we can refer back to what was presented in the 10-year plan for the flood control district, for example, or for each district as we went through their budget discussion.
So we did receive an email yesterday on the budget schedule for adoption which has the PDFs that you've got in your hands. I remember I did take a look at those. I got cross-eyed looking at them, but I did in fact take a look at those. And I don't know, Supervisor Brigade, did you get those?
I got them, but I couldn't get in.
So I believe we have them, and if there's any questions with regards to those, now would be the time to be asking. So Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, and thank you. I did get them as well, and just for my clarification, the what we're adopting now is kind of like the buffer, like the boundaries of what the budget could spend, but in different sections, those departments still have the opportunity to move things around before the final budget, or how does that work?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So at this point, it would be up to the board to make any changes before the final adoption. So what is in total for every department is established through this process. There can be changes to what an individual department budget, if the board would like to come back and have discussions or revisit anything that happened. Legally, we still have the time for that. Generally, we do that during the budget discussions that happen during those 2 weeks, and then we kind of cram it all into these schedules. Like I said, it's about 20,000 lines of data, so it just takes a little time to organize it, unfortunately. Really what we discussed is reflected in here, and as I mentioned, there's been several sets of eyes to ensure that that is the case.
So in that case, that just means that there really shouldn't be any changes, or if any changes, super minor changes between now and the final adoption.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Super minor changes?
Mhm.
So I'm sorry,
Okay.
County Manager.
Yeah, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you for your questions. And Supervisor Begay, definitely hear your point. I was just looking at the schedule, and between May, I think it was May 5th and May 16th, we went over with you in detail all of the budgets for the individual departments. And that's really where you'll see the line item by, we talk about salaries, EREs, projects, et cetera. Having worked in the budget office, the forms that Siri has presented to you are required by state statute. And so the work that's been taking place since the time of the budget meetings that ended on May 16th has been to take all of that information and put it into the required forms. So thus, admittedly, it does get a bit confusing, but we present to you the budgets as we want you to see it, and departments want you to see it, a bit more detail. And it was a jam-packed schedule of 2-week meetings in which we talked about that. So what Siri and team have done is take all of that information and put it into the required forms that are required by state statute, and we submit that to the state.
If we can, just for clarification, just because sometimes things don't go through the internet that we hopeful, and some of us can't receive them. It might be a great idea just to print a copy to have available to us at the board meeting. Some of us did receive it, but that doesn't mean everybody was able to get it. And then that makes it easier for everybody, because this is obviously extremely important and important for all of us to look at.
And on that, Chair Begay, members of the board, I would say that this document is not the best one to, it's required by state statute, but it's not the best one to share publicly. The best one to share publicly is all of that, is the budget book that we put together that has a bit more of that detail and expresses the county values, if you will, in that document.
I guess I just want to say that our main primary responsibility here is being a fiscal agent, if you will, and to not have how it was just actually show how everything was put together, where it came from, and just put it in one to meet the standards, or whatever that they need. I just don't feel comfortable with it. I just want to say, and I tried getting in, but I don't have no internet at home, so I just couldn't open it, so I just left it. And yesterday to today was not enough time to even review, anything that on my end. So, but I guess if it's that's the way it's gonna be submitted, I guess I'm just gonna have to abstain until I can get all the information that I can get to look it over myself.
Thank you, Chair. And mine is a question, and I'm a little bit fuzzy on number 2, and where it talks about consideration and possible adoption to adopt the FY26 budget for fire district assistance tax. Can you expound on what that is for me, please?
Can I ask that we wait until we get to item number 2? Because right
Oh.
now we're on 1, right?
Sorry. Yep,
Because
we can take them either to, I think we have to take them individually.
That's what that,
Yeah.
I understood
Okay.
from legal, we have to take them individually, but
Okay.
those are good questions, so let's take it individually,
Okay.
so. Okay, so any other, county manager?
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I also want to add, the Arizona Tax Research Association has also reached out to us. We have a meeting staff scheduled with them on July 23rd. That's a checks and balance in the system. They work to hold local governments accountable to ensure that the tax dollars are getting spent appropriately. Not fearful of that meeting at all, because you, as the board, have done a good job in approving a balanced budget and an appropriate budget. We have staff to have worked to that end as well. But I wanted to let you know that as well, with the state systems that are in place, these forms, the Arizona Tax Research Association, et cetera. We're doing a really good job of meeting those requirements with this.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, just my final question, like, so the tentative budget that's being presented today, based on the hearings that we just went on a couple weeks ago, at this time, it's ready to go. There's no, like, we're not expecting any kind of other changes or surprises or anything. Like, we're pretty much saying, this is the budget that we expect for next year, with that little window for any hiccups that come up for the final vote, I guess, on the 24th. Is that correct?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, that is correct. This is what we also expect to be presenting to you for final adoption.
Very good. Well, with that, we have item number 1. I would take a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $443,009,427.
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any objection? And any abstentions? 1 abstain. All right, we're going to move forward. Item number 2. Again, Siri Mullaney will present consideration of possible action to adopt fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the fire district assistant tax in the amount of $2 million. I can't do millions. $2,429,300. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Siri, and I know we have a question from Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yes, thank you, Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Ontiveros. This is the one I was mentioning in my opening comments. The fire district assistance tax, there's a statute that requires county boards of supervisors to establish this tax rate of up to 10 cents. And what happens is that once the tax is levied, it's levied across the county on all properties, whether they are located in a fire district or not. The tax is collected by the county treasurer and then distributed by a formula that is also in statute back out to every individual fire district. The amount that's distributed to each fire district, I believe it's capped at $400,000 per fire district, but it's also based on their proportional levy of their own taxes. So it's almost, you could think of it like a match fund to their own tax levy for their district residents. That's kind of how the formula works, with a cap on it. And so for Coconino County, we do have quite a few fire districts. And so we are required to levy the maximum rate and then establish this budget so that we can then turn around and distribute those taxes back to every individual fire district. So it's a way for those not within fire districts and those within fire districts to support the efforts of the local fire districts.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Ms. Mullaney, for that. And where my confusion was coming from, As we know, I don't know how many times I stated this, but this is my first budget process, as you correctly stated at the beginning of your presentation. And I really didn't know. I've learned volumes, by the way, since then, because I know that each fire district has their own boards that establish their own rates at that point. And that's where I was getting fuzzy on it. So your explanation was spot on, and thank you very much for that. And Chair, I do recognize that I was out of order jumping to number 2. I apologize for that. So thank you.
No problem. Supervisor Fowler.
I would add that the county and Siri, just to double check, we don't have any administrative fee. It's just pass-through funding.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. That's a great point that yes, the county has retains no funding from setting this tax rate. It's strictly a pass through of tax collection and tax redistribution.
Great. If there are no other questions at this time, I would entertain a motion
Wait.
to, I'm sorry, Supervisor Briquet.
I don't know how the board feel, but we just have this amount on one sheet of paper to approve. And I just don't feel comfortable, that there's 7 items that are before us. I'm not opposing any of the amounts, but we need the documentation of some type. Even what you're telling us should have been on the second page, but this one is just tells us about the amount, and then that we support it, and then that's it, and then the impact, and that's it. And then you're asking us to approve that amount. And I think we should have something in there that could, at least give us a brief summary or something attached to it. I think that would have been a lot better too, because I don't feel comfortable just approving an amount. That's it, with no other documents in place. So I just want to say that again. I don't feel comfortable sitting here and I'm not going. I don't want to abstain every single one of them. I just want that. I'll just go ahead and go with the flow, but I want documentation to put into my packet, a summary of something that you're just now telling us.
Thank you, Supervisor. And if I can, I think it's great feedback as we develop next year's budget process, if we would like to look at having that. Typically, we've done that for the final adoption. So we have 3 weeks between now and then, in which we do provide a comprehensive staff report for final adoption that has all the information. If we want to look at modifying our budget schedule, so we have our meetings with the board in April so that we do have the time in order to do that between now and then. What we've balanced is the challenge between getting the tentative budget, as we have mentioned, exactly accurate the way we want it for final adoption, which is time consuming, making sure we're doing that by the tentative adoption. We could certainly look at changing that and just having more of a ballpark number or a not final number for tentative adoption, and then working towards final, if that is what the board would prefer. But historically, we've done it in the way with a large presentation on the final budget adoption, where we do the tentative to continue work until final adoption. In order to do that in the future, if we would like to change it up, we would probably need to look at having the board budget meetings happen in April. So we can definitely have continued discussions on the budget process and how it lines out, if that's a change that we would want to look to make in the future.
All right, any other comments, questions from the board? Then at this time, I would consider a motion to adopt fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the fire district assistance tax in the amount of $2,429,300. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second
I
that.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize. All right, we're moving on. We now are going to do, we're going to wear a number of hats. This is really confusing. Somebody says it's kind of like sounding like we're going to be at an auction here, but here we go. The board, we now have a flood control, and I can't even speak, flood control district action item we need to resolve as the flood control district board of directors. Do I have a motion? Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the flood control district. Please proceed, Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the next item, the Flood Control District, is one of those separate legal entities for adoption. The amount of 47,710,000 and change is a reflection of both the property taxes and the federal dollars coming to the district. This was presented by Flood District Director Andriani during her budget meeting. But just as a recap, we did spend a little bit of time talking about our property taxes during those budget discussions. And so for the Flood Control District, just over $11 million of that budget is funded through property taxes, and the balance is through federal dollars this year. So that's about $36 million of federal funding that the district is also expecting to support the district beyond what the taxpayers are paying for flood control district services and projects.
Any comments or questions, members of the board?
So, I have a comment.
Supervisor
So,
Begay.
or actually, question. So out of that, 47 million, 36 million of that is federal dollars.
Correct.
Okay.
Then I'm going to move forward and ask for a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $47,710,993. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by, I'm sorry, did you say?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Begay, sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now needing to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We now are moving on. We now must resolve as the Health District Board. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of becoming the Health District Board signify by saying aye.
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 We are now the Health District Board. We are here for a discussion on the tentative budget. I'm going to turn this over to Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So similar to what we discussed with the flood control district, we have a public health services district that has a separate secondary property tax and also receives federal and state grant funding. So of that amount of $21 million, just over $6 million is levied in a property tax that again was discussed during our property tax section of the budget hearings. And the rest of that public health services district budget, so about $15 million, is what is anticipated in external funding and as well as fees. We have some fees that we charge in the health district for certain services. And then there's a maintenance of effort as well. So there's a mix of funding sources. General fund represents about $5 million. $6 million is property taxes. And so about $10 million then is federal and state or fees in nature, primarily federal and state though, in terms of how the health district is funded. And it is one of our separate legal entities. So we are required to separately adopt a budget.
You know, if I may, this is one that we are most concerned about because this is another department that does obtain a lot of federal funding in order to us to be able to provide the services we provide. And is this down from last year's tentative budget for HHS?
Thank you, Chair. So we had a little bit of a change in accounting principle and how things rolled into the budget this year. So last year for our health services district budget, it did roll a little bit different, but this is a very similar number to what we adopted last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, questions, members of the board? Then I would undertake a motion to adopt the tentative budget for the Coconino County Public Health District in the amount of $21,243,486. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor? Wait, excuse me just a minute. Can we take a vote first? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, this does, again, to reiterate Siri's point, establish the ceiling for the Public Health Services District. That said, we're still under threat of
Yeah.
not receiving those federal funds. And so we'll continue to monitor those threats, but this does give us the ceiling to expend in hopes that the federal funds do come through.
And thank you for that comment. That was really what my question was about. So at this point, we've adopted it. We hope that that's coming, and we hope that we have our federal government as a partner on this. So if not, you'll keep us informed. Very good. Members of the board, we must now, I should say directors, we must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
Also move.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but we must now resolve as the Jail District Board. Do I have such a motion? I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of becoming the Jail District Board signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board. Please, Siri, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So for the jail district, you'll note a total budget of 57.88 million. Of this, about 23 million is local sales taxes. Another 20 million of this budget is for the capital project that we've discussed at length and did a debt issuance of 10 million using another 10 million of fund balance. So that's 20 million of this budget. And the balance is just the contingency budget, again, for unexpected things using the accumulated fund balance or the reserve. It's really the reserve policy budget. And so those are previously accumulated resources in the district. But the current taxes for the year, sales taxes, is about 23 million of that budget.
Any comments, questions, members of the board? Then I would consider a motion to adopt fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $57,882,760. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We now must resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So
I-
move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Members of the board, do I have a motion to resolve as the Library District Board? A motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor of resolving as the Library District Board signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Library District Board. Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. For the library district, this is another one where we had some budget meetings back in May to discuss the tax levy for the library district. So this budget of 7.5 million is comprised of a secondary property tax with a recommendation for an increase of 0.02 to that rate for this fiscal year. As discussed when the city came in, they discussed their administrative needs as well as the bookmobile. And so this budget, what happens with this budget is that it is fully funded by property taxes that are collected and then redistributed out to the individual libraries for their operations, as well as the City of Flagstaff to administer the services of the district on behalf of the county.
Yes, that was option number 2 for the for the mobile library. All right. Any questions, members of the board? Then I would entertain a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $7,498,506.
I will so move.
Second.
A motion and a second has been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are moving forward. We must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors again. Do I have a motion?
So move.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We must now resolve back as my very, very favorite district. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Tuzion Special Street Lighting District?
So moved.
Wait, we need a motion and a second first. We
So
have
moved.
a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor of resolving as the Tucson Special Street Lighting District signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Members of the board, any comments or questions on this? Or I'm going to turn this to Siri so you can explain what this really is.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So this is our last budget for adoption, and we do have a special district that was formed by the residents of Tucson to provide lights along the highway. It's funded by a special assessment. So this is something that the residents voted in themselves and voted to do this assessment on their properties in order to pay the electricity bill for that lighting. Typically, the annual bill for electricity runs somewhere in the neighborhood of $11,000. We have a budget set at $15,000 for this fiscal year so that there is a contingency in case there's a piece of equipment that breaks or something that happens that is required for contingency use, but that would be from any resources previously accumulated on those special assessments. The special assessment itself will not change for the residents for next fiscal year, and they will continue to pay about $12,000 annually for electricity is our anticipated amount for next year.
Thank you. What makes this unique is that, quite frankly, they do not have their own board. They rely on us and acting as in our capacity as their Tucson Special Lighting District Board to act on their behalf. It's purely for the payment of that ongoing electrical bill. On the other hand, there have been discussions in Tucson for the possibility of looking at more dark sky compliant lighting for some of their streets. And so they may, in fact, expand this and create their own board, but that isn't the case as of yet. So with that, members of the board, I would at this time undertake a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District in the amount of $15,000. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Board of Supervisors again. So with that. Thank you for your help on that. And we are moving forward. So at this point, believe it or not, we're now just getting to the consent agenda, which is usually a little higher on our list as well. So members of the board, as you know, our consent agendas are usually administrative in nature. These are items that can be taken with one motion and one vote. There is no individual discussion on items under the consent agenda. So now is the time for me to ask members of the board if they would like to separate anything from the consent agenda. And by the way, I'm also going to ask after the separation, I understand there may be some items that we may want to pull from the consent agenda for discussion at a later time. But first, I'm going to ask, are there items that you'd like to separate so that we can discuss and vote on individually?
Chair, could we please pull number 18 off?
Yes, I believe at this point I would ask, I'll just do it. At this point, I'm going to ask that we take a separate motion to pull items 18 and item 13 from the agenda for discussion at a later date. I guess we'll do that first. So I'm going to ask to remove them from this agenda for later discussion.
And for clarification, I know that item number 18 was on the consent agenda. Are you saying it will come back?
Yes, I don't
Okay.
think it should be on the consent agenda, and I think it should come back as an action item for full discussion and action. And I believe at this point it's premature. And that's why I'm asking to pull items 18 and 13 from the consent agenda, not separate for individual discussion, but actually pull it from this meeting.
Yeah, okay. And that actually gives me some peace of mind here because I was just going to ask that when it comes back for it to be an action item, not a consent agenda item. So
Agreed. So
So I will move that we pull items 13 and 18 from the consent agenda item this morning.
And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take that's a motion. I'm going
Yeah.
to take a second on that.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to pull action items 13 or consent items 13 and 18 from the consent agenda. All those in favor signify.
Wait.
Oh, you want to pull another?
So we're not
completely
pulling,
off
we're
the
removing
Well,
agenda.
this
them
is
off the agenda.
completely-
We are pulling them
Not to
off
talk
this
about them.
agenda. We are not talking about them now. Yeah, we're pulling them off the agenda.
Oh, okay.
And
I
then
was
we'll
just,
do the other part.
I was just gonna ask, why 13? Is there a reason behind
The
that?
only
Not ready
reason,
yet.
yeah, the only reason it's premature. We're going to move forward on 13
Oh, okay.
individually. So because of 12 probably, but. All right, we have a motion and a second to pull from the agenda for discussion at a later agenda, items 13 and 18. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. So we are going to pull 13 and 18 for a later board meeting, and we'll put them on, or at least 18 we'll put on as a discussion and action. All right, with that, are there any items you would like to separate to discuss separate from the consent agenda, but we will discuss and take a motion on it in today's board meeting? Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I'd like to separate number 12, please.
All right, any others for separation?
That's the only
Individual
one.
discussion.
That's the only one.
Okay. Then with that, members of the board, I would take a motion to approve consent agenda items 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 19, and 20. And I'm going 21, 22, 23, 24. Do I have a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do I, all those in favor of basically accepting the consent agenda other than items 12, which was separated, and 13 and 18, which were pulled?
Aye.
Motion and a second.
And a second, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay. Oh, I'm exhausted. Okay, we are under number 12. And that was the item for separation. And I know we have some members of WIOA here. And we have their legal counsel and we have the county's legal counsel here. This is consideration and possible action to approve Resolution 2025-28, approving a shared governance agreement between the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the Coconino County Local Workforce Development Board. The term of the agreement as presented and is in our packets is effective January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2028, with automatic renewals following unless amended or terminated. And first, I'm going to turn this to our county manager and for discussion on this.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, and here with me, Billy Francis, our Workforce Investment Board Director, as well as Bill Ring, our county attorney, who worked on this shared governance IGA. So wanted to introduce these two folks and to talk about this.
And I
know-
believe Mr. Kavanaugh is also here. Is that correct?
Hi, Mr. Kavanaugh. How are you? Who was the attorney who also worked on this. So we have a full slate of folks that would like to speak to this item. So thank you, Chair Horseman.
Madam Chair, if I could just for protocol and form of order, management is the proponent of this agreement. So in order of speaking priority, I'd suggest that you hear from management.
I agree 100%. So
Okay.
please, yes, let's hear from county, the county attorney's office, Deputy County Attorney Bill Ring, please first.
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, this is Bill Ring from the County Attorney's Office. And I too acknowledge the presence of Billy Francis, Executive Director of the Local Workforce Development Board, as well as Council Brandon Kavanaugh, who's been retained to assist in the development of a shared governance agreement. What I thought I would do is give you some introduction to the background on the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and just run through some of the history of this act to make you acquainted with its purposes and its implementation. And I've prepared remarks for you so that I make sure that I hit all these points because they're fairly detailed. Eventually, we're going to arrive at the shared governance agreement that you have for your action item today. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is a federal public law and the primary federal workforce development legislation. It brings about coordination among federal, state, and local workforce development and related programs. The program is administered nationally by the Secretary for the United States Department of Labor. The typical federal funding programs are many, and these are the things that the funding can include. Youth workforce development, adult employment and training activities, dislocated worker employment and training, adult education and literacy, Native American programs, employment services, including post-secondary and technical education and apprenticeships, veterans programs, and reintegration of offender programs. And there are additional programs that are also authorized by the legislation. The delivery model for all of this programming is referred to as the one-stop delivery model, where career services and training can be found along with one-stop partner contacts. The one-stop is also an access point for workforce and labor market information, job search and placement information, and recruitment and labor exchanges. The funding and administration of this form of a model is trickle down. Funding from the federal government is allocated to the states, and for its part, the states must develop plans for WIOA participation. So the governor of each state must submit a plan to the Department of Labor and a 4-year strategy for approval and implementation. Arizona participates in WIOA and has an approved 4-year unified state plan. The current unified state plan was developed under Governor Doug Ducey's administration. The state plan is housed at the Arizona Department of Economic Security, which is the state's designated WIOA grantee. The state plan is administered by the Workforce Arizona Council, which is branded as Arizona at Work. The Workforce Arizona Council is the state's workforce development board. So you can start to see the structure leads from federal to state, and at the local level, we emulate this sort of model, which we're going to discuss now. For a local jurisdiction to participate in workforce development under WIOA and the governor's state plan, the local jurisdiction must establish a local workforce development board, and we refer to that as LWDB, to administer programming in the local workforce development area, which for us is essentially all of Coconino County. The Coconino County Board of Supervisors has established a local workforce development board and can participate now in this unified plan. The local workforce development board is a creation of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. The LWDB was established to participate in the benefits of WIOA funded programs. The WIOA, that's the federal act, and the corresponding code of federal regulations that implement the act call for development of a shared governance agreement between the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the LWDB, which is the local workforce development board. The agreement is designed to describe with some precision how the LWDB will operate, and this agreement that we're proposing is in your packet today. It describes the supervised relationship that the LWDB must maintain with the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Part of the necessity for establishing a shared governance agreement is due to these factors. The Board of Supervisors appoints the members of the LWDB and can remove the members as well. Coconino County is the fiscal agent for the LWDB activities. Coconino County reviews and approves key LWDB provisions. Coconino County is the administrative agency for all LWDB activities. The staff of the LWDB are county staff. All the regular employment, benefits, and retirement provisions that apply to county employees also apply to the LWDB staff. The county's employment manual addressing risk management, personal conduct, conflicts of interest, appearances of impropriety, travel and reimbursement, and other necessary workplace regulations and responsibilities apply to LWDB staff as well. This includes the executive director position and, of course, the staff that the executive director directs. LWDB activities show up as part of the county's comprehensive audit. So the business discipline of the LWDB and staff are a reflection upon Coconino County and require Coconino County diligence and supervision. Finally, the state of Arizona governance model reflects that oversight is a joint effort between the chief elected officials of Coconino County, that's you, and the local workforce development board. Not only is a shared governance agreement required by the act itself and the Code of Federal Regulations, but a shared governance agreement is also designed to address joint supervision of all LWDB activities in a way that is clear to all involved. The goal is often reflected in an organizational chart that's attached to the agreement, and you have a sample of the organizational chart attached to the agreement in your packet. The county and the LWDB have been functioning under a current shared governance agreement, so today's action is to adopt an agreement that supersedes the existing agreement. Now, quite frankly, the shared governance agreement in the existing shared governance agreement under the organizational chart, there's a footnote there. And the footnotes to describe the county's role in shared governance agreement, the footnote reads as follows. Quote, no oversight authority of LWDB staff responsible only for approval of county payroll. So this footnote, as it stands out, has been overextended in its meaning and application and has led to much confusion in regulating a shared governance of WIOA activities in Coconino County. In a sense, the footnote has swallowed the notion of shared governance, and it has led to the necessity to reset the table again with this proposed shared governance agreement and the revised organizational chart. It is the administration's responsibility to identify best practices and improvements so that Coconino County can continue to remain eligible for WIOA funding through the State Workforce Arizona Council, as well as the benefits of WIOA participation. Participation improves the lives of the county's citizenry, the county's economy, and access to state, local, state, and national economic opportunities. And for this reason, and the reasons that were specified, not only how the organization is supposed to function, but also clarification of some of the introductions of terms and conditions in the existing shared governance agreement that have led to confusion. Staff recommends that you approve the shared governance agreement that is in your materials. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask if there's any comments or questions. I would like to make some, and maybe my colleagues would as well. First and foremost, thank you for the overview. It is probably the most clear and concise review and information I've been able to receive since I've been elected to the Board of Supervisors and what my role is with the WIOA board. And you're exactly right. You know, this is a different animal because it has this shared governance agreement. And I know that there has been, I've had, speaking for myself and possibly some of my colleagues, have had questions and concerns moving forward because obviously we all are in this together and we all acknowledge the importance that the WIOA offers to our citizens and our residents here in Coconino County. And as you say, it does improve our economy. And what it allows us to do and the training it allows us to undertake and the programming it allows us to undertake is really important for Coconino County. So I'm very glad to have a clearer understanding of what our roles and responsibilities are and how we can more effectively work in partnership with WIOA and its board. And I'm hopeful that with this new shared agreement in place, that hopefully will in fact be utilized and followed by all parties, that we can really have a clear and concise mission and all be on the same page moving forward, because I think that's what's been missing. And I'm really looking forward to working together with the WIOA board and obviously with the staff, the WIOA, as we move this forward and hopefully provide the very best workforce development, training, programming, and services that we can for our county. So thank you. That's, as I say, the clearest and most concise breakdown of what, you know, what we are, who we are, and what our roles and responsibilities are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing with us the IGA and how we'll move forward. As was mentioned, it's very clear. And so now that we know our roles, I look forward to working with WIOA and their board and with Billy and his team to make sure that we're providing the services that the state requests of us to do in Coconino County. So I look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this agreement. And it's been long coming because the workforce development has changed through the years. And there's been major changes at the federal level and then on how this relationship is established. And it's very confusing and it's like that across the country. So it's really good that we're at a point where now it's clearly clarified and that it will strengthen the workforce development. And they need that. They need that really strong support. And we need it as well to be able to really have a strong program in our county. And I think that a lot of the WIOA boards and I see across the country is if they don't have that support, then they just kind of dwindle and they try to do as much as they can. But this clearly we'll be able to support them as much as we can from our board. And then this clarification will really provide that. So thank you.
I have a comment in here, just a question in here. It talks about the CEO, and I know it's
that's a very good question because of course in business language, CEO is a term we recognize. In this context, WIOA, CEO means chief elected officials, right? And the chief elected officials of Coconino County are you, the board, sitting as a board. And so every time in the agreement you see CEO, it's intended to mean the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County. And I appreciate you pointing that out because it could be confusing if you read it You might think there's a CEO. There is. It's you, the board, sitting as the board.
Thank you. There were a couple of terminologies in here that I was like, wait a minute, what in the world does that mean? So I appreciate the clarification. So Supervisor Begay.
Okay. Thank you for the overview. Now we're straight now. I thought we had highly promoted Mr. Francis here as a chief executive officer. But I had that same question, but I just want to say thank you for the clarification, and this puts us in a position to really know where we're at, because we've been talking about it amongst just a couple of us sometimes. Say, how is this going to work? How is this working? We need this, we need that. And it's good now it's all together. So I just want to say thank you so much for working with the board, and then also our board, to ensure that, we have something in place now that really gives a clear picture of where we're supposed to be going, and how we're supposed to be working together for our to serve our constituents out there. And Mr. Francis, you and your staff, thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys do over there. I've seen you at one time when a big riff was done, and you guys were scramming, and you guys are trying to accommodate everybody. You had all the right people there, and that's what it's going to take, so thank you so much.
One final comment for the board. If you should approve this agreement, there's a second phase to the management project, and it's the adoption of bylaws for LWDB. Now, they may have bylaws, but we are speaking with Mr. Brandon Kavanaugh, who's also present, but we've at least broached the subject of the adoption of an amended set of bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, I know that I want to thank Brandon Kavanaugh as well, who is the attorney for the WIOA, for finally working down. And I know this has not been easy, but really working together with Bill and deputy county attorney, and to try to get this clarified. So we appreciate the hard work of the staff, the board, the WIOA board, as well as respective legal counsels. And Brandon, I don't know if you have comments you'd like to make to the board, but please feel free.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I do appreciate that. This is as you've said, it's a unique animal. It's not a separate entity, but it's not just a department of the county. And so there's a weird balance that has to be struck in trying to figure out how this works. And there's some independence and there's some lack of independence. And so that's what this agreement is trying to reflect in that. And part of it is the fact that, appropriately so, the county attorney's office came to a point of saying, well, we really can't represent both the LWDB and the county on this. And so that's where my role came into it. So that, yes, I acknowledge that obviously my work on behalf of the LWDB is being paid for by the county, but from the WIOA budget. And so again, it's just another example of how these things, kind of weave in and out of each other. But I'm here so that the LWDB can ask its own questions and get its own answer as to what it is and what it isn't. And then the county can then also say, well, this is what we are and this is what we're not. So yes, as I appreciate Bill also bringing up the fact that we will be coming back to you most likely with a set of revised bylaws to help try to, again, further establish this shared governance and joint supervision ideas.
That's great, as we did take a look at the existing bylaws and had some questions. So I love that. That's great. So isn't it nice? I just have to say this, colleagues, that sometimes lawyers make things clearer.
Don't let that rumor get out too far. But thank you. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Any other questions? Any other comments? All right. And with that, Billy Francis, it's always good to see you and have you with us. Any other comments you have to make? All right, good. And thank you. And Bruce, I know you have the chair of the board that's here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for all of your hard work on this. It's a volunteer board, and you spend a lot of time getting this together and making sure that we're serving our community. So I want to thank you and your whole board for that. So thank you. And if I may, just a comment, one item that was removed from the agenda was because it does add more to the board, which may be just fine, but we needed to understand what our roles and responsibilities were as the board or as the CEO, as it may be. And so that's why it was removed and hopefully for later discussion. So thank you. Any other comments, questions? Then, at this point, I would undertake a motion to approve the resolution 2025-28, approving a shared governance agreement between the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the Coconino County Local Workforce Development Board. The term of the agreement is effective January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2028, with an automatic renewals following unless amended or terminated. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? It is unanimous. Thank you so much, and thank you all for your very hard work to get this done. I know our jail district has been here waiting patiently, but we need a 5-minute break real quick. We'll be right back. It's taken us a little longer to get through here, but we've done a lot of good work this morning. So, members of the board, we are now done with the consent agenda and the items we pulled off for the consent agenda. We must now resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? A motion by Supervisor Ontiveros. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. And with that, we have a consideration and we have a Jail District consent agenda. I'm sorry. We have 2 items on the Jail District consent agenda. And as we know, this is mostly administrative in nature, to be handled through one motion and one vote, unless members of the board have questions or like individual discussion, in which case now would be the time to remove this from the consent agenda. Do we have items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we have I will then entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda for the Jail District, items 25 and 26. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. Supervisor Begay made the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Item 25 and 26 have been approved by the board. And boy, you stayed here for all of that time, but thank you for being here. Thank you, Sheriff.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion? A motion by Supervisor Begay. I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler. We have a second by Supervisor Begay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. We are now once again the Board of Supervisors, and we have discussion items. Item number 27 is discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislation and or administrative matters. And I'm going to turn this first to the county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Members of the board, here with us is Sean Johnson to provide, as well as William, to provide an update. It's a brief update today. Wanted to note with that, Keith Breckus had a birthday yesterday, our government affairs
I
director.
saw that.
So he's taken a bit of time for himself, and anytime somebody does that, especially on their birthday, our hope is that he's having a great time, but he also comes back rejuvenated and ready to go with us. So with that, Sean.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, Board. We have a very brief update for you, state and federal. We're kind of in the lull of budget, we'll call it. William's going to take the federal. I'm going to kick us off with the state budget. And right now, there have been no meetings set up. I talked to Karen Cruz, our state lobbyist, yesterday, just to get some ears on the ground of what is happening, what's not happening. And the majority leaders, minority leaders, and the governor's office have not set in stone any meetings yet to have discussions about the budget. So we are currently waiting. There's not much to report from that side of it. They do have to have a budget presented by June 30th. So there is a deadline coming up. So we know that it should be hopefully happening next week, possibly. And then there are still some bills that are going through each chamber. There's only one right now that we're keeping an eye on, and it was HB 2033. And that was the solar app that would require counties and cities to implement an app for solar that would be simultaneous. It would give the permit to have solar. CSA is currently neutral. Coconino County, as well as several other cities and counties, are still against it because we view it as an unfunded mandate. The app is free, but then you all do have to think about having staff to run it, getting the notice out to public. So we are still opposing that, and we will be keeping an eye on it just to see if anything does come through. And then what else do we have? And that is actually all I had for state updates. So very brief for you, and then I'll take some questions.
Thank you for that, Sean. And does CSA have a position on that one?
Neutral.
Neutral. Okay. You may have said that, and so I do apologize.
The League of Cities and Towns is for it, just to put it out there, but the CSA is neutral.
Okay.
I had a question. I thought last week I saw something, an email come out from CSA about the light rail going in front of the building. Could
Absolutely.
you talk a little bit about that, please?
Absolutely. So they're wanting to finish the light rail extension that will go through the Capitol, which is awesome, definitely needed. but they wanted to go up 15th Avenue. And so if you picture the Capitol, CSA is right across the street, and that's 15th Avenue. 15th is the option that they do want us. My apologies.
It's 19th Avenue.
Yeah, CSA wants us to do the 15th Avenue North option. My apologies. 19th Avenue is right on the Capitol and CSA, and they're really afraid that it will hinder any movement to the Capitol because there are no crossings in that proposed site. And so we sent ours. CSA has full support because there are 3 other options that go to 15th Avenue. So they're monitoring that, and we're just trying to help CSA out to make sure that they're okay.
And have we as a county stated our
Yep,
support?
and they had a form that we filled out on behalf of the board.
So it was, as your CSA, as your LPC rep, we went ahead on behalf of the county and did fill that out for them, and basically supported them in trying to go down 15th and not 19th. And by the way, many of us who have been at CSA meetings know that right in front, besides 19th Avenue, is the railroad already. So there's already obstructions, although it's obviously pretty minor because it doesn't run on a regular basis like it does here in Coconino County. But this certainly would impede the ability, and not just for CSA, but also the right next door is the, what do they call themselves? The Arizona. So there it is. Thank you. So, so obviously it would really impact our 2 major organizations, if you will. So,
And what frequency, when they plan on going through there, would they have to expect a train?
Honestly, I'm not really sure with
trains are
the light
different than
rail.
light rail.
Yeah, because light rail.
Yeah,
light
I
rail.
mean, the
Well, I'm thinking the
trains,
light rail.
yeah, maybe
Mhm.
go down
Yeah.
4 times a day. I mean, to
No,
be
I'm
honest with
asking
you,
about the light rail.
yeah,
How
the
many-
light rail,
How many
yeah.
stops? And
I want to
Oh,
say
boy.
probably 3 to 4 an hour.
Yeah,
at least.
it's pretty.
Yep.
Yeah.
too bad we
Yep.
couldn't get a pedestrian crossing or a mini stop
Anything.
there.
Yep.
Or wildlife crossing. Just kidding.
Legislator crossing.
Yeah, Coconino County knows how to bore under highways now, so they could ask us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Any other comments or questions? So William, you have some, okay, good. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is William Nezi, and I'm the Communications and Government Affairs Intern here at Coconino County. I immensely appreciate the opportunity to provide you with a concise update on key federal developments currently underway in Washington, D.C. Recently, Government Affairs Manager Sean Johnson reached out to our lobbyists on the federal level to gather the latest insights on legislative activity that could impact our county. Drawing from that conversation, I would like to highlight several important updates, beginning with a significant piece of legislation and moving into grant-related news relevant to Coconino County. A major focus right now is the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and yes, that is the legal official name, which passed the House of Representatives 10 days ago. The Senate returned yesterday, Monday, from the Memorial Day recess and is expected to begin working on the bill this week. However, intense negotiations are already underway, and early indications suggest that passage is very unlikely in the immediate term. According to our lobbyists, 4 Republican senators are currently opposed. And since Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes, this presents a serious hurdle. So concerns vary, including proposed Medicaid cuts, deficit impacts, and overall spending levels. As a result, the Senate is likely to spend the coming weeks negotiating a revised version with a more realistic target of passing a bill by the July 4th recess. Even if that timeline holds, significant differences between the House and Senate versions are strongly anticipated, which would require reconciliation before final passage. And one last key timing note is that in order to use budget reconciliation process, which allows passage with a simple majority, a final bill must be signed into law by September 30th, With Congress traditionally in recess during August, time is growing short. Beyond this bill, our federal team is also monitoring broader legislative and regulatory activity that could impact counties and ours, more importantly. So we'll continue to provide updates as these discussions revolve. On the other hand, on Protect Grant update, US Highway 89 flood resiliency. Coconino County was awarded over $15 million through the Federal Highway Administration Competitive Protect Grant Program to address post-wildfire flooding impacts on US Highway 89, a critical regional and tribal corridor that experienced 13 flood closures in 2022. The grant agreement has not been signed yet, as the Department of Transportation is reviewing it for compliance with current administration policies. This process is supposedly delayed due to a backlog inherited from the previous administration. Given the short construction season in northern Arizona, at most from April to November, and the highway's importance, Government Affairs has requested prioritization on this project. The Department of Transportation is monitoring and will be providing updates as they become available. We will continue to make sure to follow up and keep the board informed. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and let us know if you have any concerns or questions.
Thank you. I just have to correct the record on this.
Yeah, I was going to if you didn't.
That was the response we got from, I think it's an assistant undersecretary at Department of Transportation, which all of us really took us back because we had worked very well with the prior administration. Yes, there have been some delays, both frankly on our side and their side, working through a lot of details of some very big projects that are to be covered under that grant. But now we have waited, we're at 6 months waiting for this to be approved, reviewed and approved. It's in the DOJ process. We can't even get an answer about where are we in that process. And that is what's so frustrating. I know both Bob and Tracy have been, reaching out to their contacts there. I was frankly hoping that Tracy would really be able to help us because she had a lot of contacts, having worked with Representative Stanton, who of course has worked for many, many years with Department of Transportation, being on the House Infrastructure Committee, Transportation Infrastructure. So, but she's making an effort, and I've continued to say, we've got to continue to pressure them. We need to know, are we going to get this money in a month? Are we going to get it in 6 months? When is it going to get reviewed, and let us know? I think we expect that it'll be positively evaluated because it is post-disaster, and these assets are at risk, and there's a lot of value to these assets, but who knows? We'll see, but we ought to at least know where we stand so that we can plan accordingly. So that's where we are. So thank you.
At some point, and I know the B cubed, as we like to call it, which does not reflect the big beautiful bill. Certainly is not a big beautiful bill as far as those of us in Coconino County. And it might be, and at this point, if it doesn't look like it's going to pass, but I think it'd be great to have a more thorough analysis of how that affects us here in Coconino County at some point in the future. Supervisor Fowler.
And to find out what else can we do? We've been writing letters, and what else can we do? Where's CSA on this? Is there like a state association that we can send a letter, or what can we do? Are there other counties that we can partner with and be able to, and then like with the highway, maybe what we can do is get tribes and do a joint letter with the tribes, or what are cities, towns? I mean, it's just like a collective, seems like there's more power.
And we have been having some of those communications through our representatives in DC. I think, and what I've also been doing is one of our engineering firms that's actually national international firm, they have lobbyists in DC, and I've been asking them as well. So now that we've actually got a contact there, I'm going to try to see if they can also weigh in, because clearly there are lots of projects. Supposedly, at one point we were told there were 3,200 grants being reviewed, and we were told it was 4,400. And so who knows where it really is. This is what we're trying to ascertain. Where are we? There is a list that exists. This is not, there's a list that exists. We should be able to know we're on the list, and here's where we are on the list, and what their process is. We've heard they're going through about 300 to 400 a week. Well, yeah, so we should be there pretty soon, right? But we need to know, because we need to plan accordingly. This isn't stuff that just happens overnight, right? These are intense projects. And so anyway, we'll keep putting the pressure on from all sides and go from there.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, having been part of this process of getting the money and then waiting for the money to get signed, and having done it for multiple different corridors through Lucinda's office, and just being part of that process, what I'm seeing is what happens when you eliminate civil servants to be able to file these and review these documents, to sign these documents. When you remove federal workers, these are the results. It makes it slower. It makes it more difficult to get these documents passed. We're 6 months waiting. We should have that money. It's $15 million. If we lose that money and we lose the state match, that's another $3.5 million. We're talking about a significant chunk of money that we earned, that has been promised to us, and is waiting for one signature to move forward. And so it's very disappointing and unfortunate that we are still waiting for this funding, and hopefully we don't lose this funding to be able to make those improvements that we need, critical infrastructure on Highway 89. And this funding is crucial for that. Thank you.
Absolutely, well said. Any other comments or questions? All right. We're moving along, and on regarding planning calendar, and I have to say we've got a 12:15. So let's go. I'm going to have to stop at 12:15 for a meeting. So if we just move along until then, if you want, or we can wait until after lunch.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. And then we have a hard start at 1:15, FYI, with the flex.
Okay, well then you better go quick.
Deadline.
Okay.
So what we have in front of us is our planning calendar. Thank you, Lindsay. And as we know, this is ever evolving, ever changing. So today is June 3rd. June 5th, there's an open house for the Mobile Incident Command Unit. We posted that as a quorum. Also happening on June 5th is 10 o'clock siren testing for the Spruce Avenue Wash. There's no official gathering or event. Just please know that is happening. 10 a.m. June 5th. June 7th, which is Saturday, Museum of Northern Arizona party on the plateau. Also to note, the Arizona Society of Civil Engineers is honoring Lucinda Andriani on Saturday evening at Lowell Observatory. It's a 100 years of service, and as part of that, Lucinda is being
not Lucinda's.
honored. It's 100 years of service with the Arizona Society of Civil Engineers. As part of that celebration, Lucinda is being honored. So
Well,
legacy.
And by the way, that's really important.
It is.
And I don't want to make light of that. The fact that the civil engineers really, for their leadership award, reached outside engineers and actually picked our director of the flood control district is pretty incredible, and really deserving of our acknowledgement, and really our thanks for the great job that she's been doing for us and recognized across the state. So thank you.
Thank you. And what I've been telling everyone is I will be accepting this award on behalf of a tremendous team that we have. And frankly, everybody that's in this room right now is part of that team. I mean, that board and the support that we've gotten since 2010 to deal with these issues, and take the forest restoration initiative, which is part of this as well. And because we've used civil engineers to determine where do we prioritize that work? Where is it going to have the most impact? And so, it's really a reflection of the team. And anytime you get an award, it's always a reflection of the team. But a lot of work has gone in, and it's an honor to be recognized by them. And you're right. Working with engineers, I've had really the privilege to work with engineers my entire life, every kind of engineer. And it's interesting. And in this case, it's been very productive. So really excited about it. So it'll be fun. If you can come join on Saturday, come join. It's going to be at Lowell. It'll be a nice event. So.
No, and it's a ticketed event. She can invite you, but you got to pay. So,
Thank you, Lucinda. I've been honored to be a part of the journey and really the legacy in all seriousness. And it's celebrating 100 years of that organization, but this legacy lasts that. On forest measures, I remember those conversations, and people said, you can't do this. Well, we did, and it benefited the community, and it set a precedent for how we are able to act on our national forests. So thank you so much. June 8th, there's an event, quorum posting for an event with Governor Katie Hobbs. June 10th, which is next Tuesday, our next meeting. And it's a day meeting, no community development public hearings. So looking forward to that. With that, we have an audit presentation. It's part of the budget, it's part of the process. And then probably a 60-minute presentation on the comprehensive plan 60-day public review period. I ran into Melissa Shawn on Friday, so she's looking forward to that presentation. And then June 13th is the Juneteenth Gala, and June 24th is the Truth in Taxation hearing, public hearing. There is a DWID, Water Improvement District for Lockett Estates. That is in District 1, Supervisorial District 1. And then, of course, the public hearing for the liquor licenses, et cetera. And then and then that's the last meeting for the fiscal year. And then we have several quorum postings for the 4th of July holiday. We'll be a part of various parades, as well as the NACO annual conference. I believe we have three of our supervisors attending that. And then August 6th, our Mountain Line Downtown grand opening. You'll note that they actually inhabit their offices on Monday the 9th. We'll be celebrating that publicly on August 6th. So with that, in the interest of time, Chair, I'll leave it there. And thank you to Lindsay and the clerk's office for updating this planning calendar.
yes, thank you. And thanks for the update. Any other comments, questions? All right. And just a note, I will be appearing virtually on June 24th, which because of the Truth in Taxation, Health and Budget adoption, and going in and out and in and out and in and out of the various special districts, Vice Chair Vasquez has graciously agreed that he will chair that, and I will be on virtually. All right. Any other comments, questions? I know we have more on. I know I have a hard stop at 12:15, and we have to be back here at 1:15. So I think it's lunchtime. And if we have to, we can do our roundtable during the next board meeting. So thank you so much. We'll see you after lunch, 1:15. Lindsay, are we on? All right, very good. And good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see so many people here. This is going to be a very important afternoon. I think we're all going to learn a lot. This will be the first in a series of presentations by the Flood Control District to discuss the threats and impacts of wildfire on property insurance here in Coconino County. And as you know, we on the Board of Supervisors do not have the authority to make those decisions for fire insurance. However, we want to be part of a partnership and part of a discussion with the state, federal, city of Flagstaff, and of course with those in the insurance industry itself. It is certainly an issue that is becoming more severe and is an issue that we as the Board of Supervisors are hearing from on a regular basis from our residents and constituents. So we really are looking forward to this today. And we are, for those of you who are joining us, we are on agenda item 31, presentation of Flood Control District Board of Directors to discuss the threats and impacts of wildfire on property insurance in Coconino County. And as I said before, this presentation is the first in a series of presentations to discuss the relationship and issues related to wildfire and property insurance. And with that, I see our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, is here. And Lucinda, I'm going to turn this over to you to make the introductions, or I'm so sorry. We have our Deputy County Attorney. Yes. It is. And thank you. I didn't notice that. All right, we're backing up, everybody. I would entertain a motion right now to resolve it's a Flood Control District Board of Directors.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as a flood control district indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We might look the same, but we are different. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani.
Well, thank you so much. It's, it's exciting to be here today to be launching this discussion and process. As you know, the intent is to hold a series of work sessions over the next few months looking at this issue, the issue of wildfire and insurance, which we've now coined this phrase of the wildfire insurance crisis. And today is really focused on launching this discussion and effort and educational process with the board and with the public, so that we can move forward. And I'll come back to that. As you all know too well, as Chair Horstman has said in a number of interviews we've done over the last several days, we've had a front row seat to wildfire and post-wildfire flooding in this county. No surprise, Headwaters Economics that's here with us today, tremendous experts and expertise in this arena. We are in the top 4% of those areas, counties that are at risk for wildfire in this country. There is a confluence of issues across the West that are now creating this crisis. And it's really has begun over the last, I would say mostly the last maybe 6 months, where it's really emerging in this county and in this state. And as I noted, we're launching this set of work sessions to take this issue forward. National statistics show that since 2005, there have been more than 120,000 structures burned, with damages exceeding $70 billion. And I frankly don't think that includes much of some of the post-wildfire impacts. 46% or more of these costs are felt at the local level. And we have seen that here, certainly felt by local governments, local property owners, local economies. The high cost of wildfire and recovery and rebuilding are among the many reasons why home insurers are raising rates, issuing non-renewals, and exiting the many high-risk areas. Our residents are experiencing these issues as demonstrated by the growing number of calls and emails that you're receiving on this issue. As with other issues this county has confronted, our approach is first to educate ourselves and the public, then formulate strategies, and then take thoughtful and impactful action that recognizes what are the county's limits relative to our legal authority and our financial resources. This is extremely complex issue, very, very complex issue. And it's important to note that the Board of Supervisors has no authority over insurance companies. Regulatory authority over insurance companies rests with the State Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions, what we affectionately call DIFI. It doesn't exist much. There's very little regulation at the federal level. I'm proud that it was this board, particularly Chair Horseman, that worked with the governor to establish DIFI's Resiliency Mitigation Council, which is working on this issue and will be providing a report and with recommendations to the governor later this year. This is an important step, but it will take many steps to address this very challenging issue. And this probably won't be solved at any given level. It's not going to be solved at any given level of government. So we hear people all affectionately say, maybe pontificating or stating that they're involved in this issue. It's going to take everybody involved in this issue to address it. It's that complex. The goal of today's session is to bring in the experts in this arena to provide foundational information to the board, county leadership, and the public about this issue. We are extremely fortunate to have two experts with us from Headwaters Economics today, Dr. Kimiko Barrett and Doug Green. I served on the congressionally established Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission with Dr. Barrett, Kimmy, as she goes by, and she is a nationally recognized researcher and expert relative to wildfire and, in particular, the insurance issue. Her contributions to the commission and the ongoing efforts of the commission has been masterful and very impactful. Doug works primarily with communities like our community, and in fact, he's working with the city of Flagstaff, facing the high risk of wildfire and the myriad of issues associated with that risk. As you will see, there are many elements to this issue. Today's presentation will provide a strong foundation for future work sessions that will delve into these elements. I'm privileged now to turn it over to Dr. Barrett and to Doug. So with that, Amy, you can go ahead and share your screen. And again, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm assuming you can see my slides and you can hear me okay.
You know, we are going to see if we can turn you up. It is a little, the volume's a little low.
Muted. Okay, I can keep talking here at the.
There you go. We're starting to hear
1,
you
2,
now.
3.
We have some thumbs up.
Testing. All right, terrific. If I should become quieter, there's issues on the audio and sound, please feel free to interrupt me. Doug and I are going to be tag teaming this presentation. However, I'm the one who's going to be transitioning slides. So if there's a lag period, again, forgive that, and then give us a heads up if something's not coming across correctly on your end. But thank you so much for that introduction, Lucinda. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time and attention on this very critical and complicated issue. A heads up and a great appreciation to Lucinda and Jay for inviting us to be part of this presentation. We do want to acknowledge the City of Flagstaff's fire department who we're working with, and they are also starting to dive into this very complicated topic. And then to everybody else who's either listening online or in the room, who are more curious about learning about this very complicated, wicked issue that we're looking at with respect to wildfire and insurance, not just in Arizona, but across the West, because it is very nuanced. There is a lot of detail to it. There is no single silver bullet to any of it. And my colleague Doug and I are here to just try and unpackage it, to provide that foundational baseline, as Lucinda said in her introduction, and to just help see how this unfolds at the community scale to impact residents in Coconino County and elsewhere who are trying to grapple with this issue and come up with approaches. So with that, I will transition slides. I'm assuming that that worked on your end. The way we want to structure and frame this presentation is to break it down into 4 different topics. Looking first at the increasing wildfire risks. What are the trends? What are we looking at with respect to just wildfire impacts and the costs associated with that? I'll then turn it over to my colleague Doug, who can talk about the science of how a home burns down in the first place. Because with this very, very understanding framing of the science of home ignition, it helps provide a better approach for understanding what the impacts can be for the insurance market and what that might look like, again, at that community and county scale. And then we'll end it with some community level risk reduction strategies that can help set you up for success in trying to better approach and resolve some of this increasing crisis. We will talk for about 30 minutes or so, and then we'll have time for questions at the end. So please note any questions you may have, and we're happy to field and respond to those at the end. Before we get started, I do want to quickly reintroduce myself. My name is Kamiko Barrett. I am a wildfire researcher and policy analyst at Headwaters Economics. I had the great privilege of working alongside both Lucinda, who is there in the audience, as well as Neil Chapman, 2 residents from Arizona on the Federal Wildfire Mitigation and Management Commission. And it is through that experience and that opportunity that we've been asked to talk with you today. Doug and I do work for Headwaters Economics. It is a nonprofit group. It's focused on community hazard resiliency and helping communities make informed land management decisions. As part of Headwaters Economics, we manage the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, or the CPAW program, which looks for solutions to communities' wildfire risk through land use planning, research, and policy. If you have more questions about CPAW or Headwaters Economics, again, we're happy to answer those towards the end of the presentation. So let's get started and talk about increasing wildfire risks. And I'll frame this up largely with respect to the 11 Western states, though many of these risks are truly transboundary in nature and ubiquitous across the country. In that, we know risks are increasing as wildfires burn hotter, they're lasting longer, and more homes are located in harm's way. This, of course, is causing more damage and costing more money. As Lucinda noted in her introduction, nearly 130,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed by wildfires since 2005. Almost 2/3, or 65% of those, have been located in California alone. But as I'm sure many of the fire personnel in this meeting are aware, wildfire disasters are increasing across the country, with states outside the West, like Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Florida, and Georgia, similarly experiencing growing wildfire threat. In Arizona, for instance, there are more than 157,000 structures located in high-risk areas to wildfires. And in turn, we spend a lot of money in response, recovery, and rebuilding, and these costs are only going up. For instance, from 2000 to 2010, $70 billion was spent on response and recovery. And as Lucinda also noted, this is probably a conservative estimate when you account for long-term post-fire recovery costs. Today, wildfires are the fastest growing source of hazard-related damages in the United States, with 9 out of 10 of the most expensive wildfires occurring since 2017. And homeowners' claims are quickly outpacing what many insurance providers are willing to pay. Nearly half, or 46%, of all wildfire costs are borne at the local scale when you account for both short-term expenses and long-term damages, many of which come up in the many months and years following a wildfire. Again, as many in Flagstaff are probably familiar with, given the Schultz fire and previous wildfire disasters. For instance, in Hawaii, a year after the Lahaina fire of 2023, the state legislature allocated $1 billion in recovery funds for emergency housing, rental assistance, and victims' relief. This placed an added financial burden on the county, as well as local governments, homeowners, families, and businesses, as well as direct implications on the tourism and recreational economies on the island of Maui. And we additionally know that wildfires, like all other disasters, are not affected equally, nor are those costs accounted for across the board. Many long-term barriers influence the ability for people to prepare for, respond to, and recover from a wildfire. We know, for instance, following the campfire in Paradise, that more than 50,000 people were dislocated and were forced to live out of hotels, campsites, and parking lots, like in the nearby town of Chico. And many are still struggling to recover from that single event. And Coconino County is no exception, unfortunately, with wildfire risk greater than 96% of all other counties in the United States. A vast majority, or 98% of all homes and buildings in Coconino County, are either directly or indirectly exposed to wildfires, meaning that they can be ignited by nearby burning vegetation, embers, or neighboring structures. And while many of you in this audience might be aware of this risk, many Arizona residents may not be. And this does present a challenge in how you communicate what the implications and consequences are of increasing risks and what this might mean for homeowners insurance. But before we get into that any further, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Doug, who can talk a bit about how a home burns down.
Great. Thank you, Kimmy. Good afternoon, everybody. You hear me okay? I take it? All right. Okay. We're going to talk fire here. And we're going to talk about how a home burns down, because it seems elemental. And I know there's folks in the audience who understand this, but there's a lot of misconceptions about this. And until we really understand how a home burns down, we're not going to be able to solve the issue of losing communities to wildfire. And with that, we're also not going to be able to solve this insurance crisis. Okay, so we're going to kind of break this down and talk to you on how these homes actually burn down in a wildfire to stop this wildfire sequence of burning down communities. So next slide, Kimmy. So there's really three ways basically in which a home burns down during a wildfire. The first way is through direct flame contact. And I need to make sure I thank our partners, the Insurance Institute of Business or Building and Home Safety, who helped develop this slide and we partner with on a lot of this research. So again, the first way is through direct flame contact. And this is probably how most folks think of when they think of a community being burnt down by a wildfire. They think, I mean, the public misconception out there is there's this huge fire front that comes in maybe from public lands, a forest, or large tracts of private land, bears down on a community in this monstrous wall of flame and devours the entire community with really nothing the community can do to stop that, right? This is that kind of that crown fire sequence. And although that we have definitely seen communities burn down in this way, it is pretty rare. Most communities do not burn down through this sequence. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But a direct flame contact is when you have something next to a structure, wood pile, vegetation, maybe an RV or a boat that catches fire, and that causes direct flame impact onto that structure, right? And then that structure burns to the ground. And a good example of this would be, basic example, if you're sitting in a campfire, the marshmallow on a stick, and you put that marshmallow in the flame, right? We know what happens. That marshmallow burns up and is no good, except for my kid loves burnt marshmallows, and so he likes that, but most people don't. And so that's kind of the direct flame contact sequence. The second way is through radiant heat, flame radiation. And this is when you have something burning, a combustible fuel package. Again, it could be an RV, a boat, trees, or another home that burns hot and fast, and the BTUs put off of that then cause the structure adjacent to it to catch fire. There's no direct flame contact. This is just BTUs being radiated to the next home. And this is part of that initial sequence, which we'll talk about in a second, that causes this urban conflagration. You have this radiant heat causing structure to structure to structure ignition. There's not necessarily flame contact with that. And then, again, an example of this, and I know it seems elemental, but if you take a marshmallow, you don't put it in the flame, but you put it in near the coals, you get a nice golden brown marshmallow. If you leave it there too long, we know what happens, right? That marshmallow catches on fire. So that's radiant heat. But by far the most common way we lose communities is through embers. And again, I know a lot of you in the audience know this, but it's really important that everybody understands the foundation of how we lose communities here, right? When you have a wildfire, whether it be adjacent to or within a community, and that fire lofts embers up in the air, especially when there's high winds that are usually associated with these fires, those embers can travel up to 4 miles in front of that wildfire, right? And those embers land on anything and everything. And if that is flammable or combustible, it will ignite, especially if it's dry conditions, there's low humidity and high winds. And when you have tens or hundreds of thousands of these embers being lofted into communities, you have dozens and dozens of ignition sources. And if those ignition sources then ignite homes, you have dozens or hundreds of homes that are then ignited and catching fire. Again, this accounts for 90% of all home losses in these large urban conflagrations. And this is different than fighting a structure fire in a normal environment. When we have a single structure on fire, the fire department is able to respond to that. They can put water on that fire to reduce that heat. They can also cool down neighboring structures to keep that radiant heat from igniting that neighboring structure. So that works in most structural operations. But when you have, like I said, dozens or hundreds of homes that catch fire, like we saw in Lahaina, like we saw in the Marshall Fire, like we saw in LA, the fire department is focused on one thing, and that's getting people the hell out of the way of that fire. It's evacuations. They do not have the resources or the time to get in there and knock down the fires that are burning. So this then causes that structure to structure ignition, right? Lots of structures burning, especially in high dense neighborhoods. Those structures ignite neighboring structures, and you have this domino effect that wipes out entire communities. And we'll see the post-fire pictures of that here in a little bit. The silver lining for this is that out of all three ways that communities can burn down, ember mitigation is the easiest and most cost-effective to mitigate against. We know the science on this. We know how to keep homes from burning down due to embers, right? We've done this in communities over the years. So unlike radiant heat and direct flame, this is something we have the ability to solve. And the science has been there. Again, our partners at IBHFS, and some of you have probably seen these demonstrations. It's pretty telling. They built these duplex homes in these large hangars in North Carolina, and they have these giant ember machines and giant wind fans that blow these embers against this structure, and it's mimicking pretty exactly what it looks like in front of a wildfire. And they did this a number of times, and if you'll see on the next slide, the left hand of the structure is built with cedar siding, single pane windows, and some vegetation around it. The right side is more traditional. You have cement siding, double pane windows, and no landscaping around the structure. And this is a couple minutes into it, but you can see what's already happened. The embers have ignited the vegetation around the structure that has carried the fire to the cedar siding and under the wooden deck. That fire then, flamed by the high winds that are associated with wildfires, moves up that cedar siding, potentially breaking the single pane windows due to the heat, and probably entering that attic vent that's up there. We all know what we keep in our attics, right? Cardboard, Christmas decorations, lots of things that burn. And as the fire folks in the room know, once we get intrusion of that fire into that home, whether it be through the window or through the attic, you're pretty much going to write that home off. Even if you can knock the fire down, the damage from the water and smoke is usually a write-off. And they did this a number of times, right? And every time the results were the same. The home on the left was a complete loss. The home on the right was saved. And again, if you look at the home on the right, we're not talking about a concrete bunker. We are talking about a fairly traditional standard home. The windows meet the energy code standards that are out there, typical hardy siding, and some gravel landscaping around it. So nothing out of the ordinary on that. But each time that solved this ember problem. And again, we see this with post-fire photos over and over again. We see structures burning or burnt and green vegetation. This is not caused by a crown fire moving into this community. these trees are green, right? The vegetation is green. This is not a huge, unbearable, unmanageable fire moving into a community. This is a fire from adjacent to the community that dropped embers into this community, ignited vegetation, ignited pine needles and gutters, maybe a boat, a wood pile, lawn furniture on the deck, causing one or more of these structures to ignite. And then you had structure to structure ignition. And there is nothing a fire department can do about this. It moves too fast. It's too dangerous for them to get in front of. And this domino effect goes until either it runs into a natural fuel break or environmental conditions change where you have more humidity and less winds, right? So again, we see this over and over again where this is an ember problem and we know the science on how to solve this problem. And it's really important for everybody there in the audience and everyone we speak to understand how these communities burn down, because we have the answers and the insurance companies know how these burn down. And so coming up with the solutions are there. We just need to be able to, and Kimmy will talk about that a little bit, pull this together into a package where it's palatable not only to the communities, the leaders in those communities, but also to the insurance companies, right? And that's what we'll talk about here in a little bit. So I think with that, I'm going to pass it. Oh, I'm not. Sorry about that. Still got one more to go here. So this is a great example of what happens when those embers get lofted. This is up the Sleepy Hollow fire in Wenatchee. You had a fire that came in, and you can see the structures at the forefront are destroyed through structure to structure ignition. There are still green trees around those. The fire then stopped there, but the embers got lofted 2 miles in front of this fire. Those embers landed on pallets that were stacked outside a fruit packing plant, and destroying that entire fruit packing plant. So again, this shows that this is not just a residential issue we're dealing with here. This is also a commercial issue, because if you get embers landing in commercial zones, like this industrial zone, or like we see in a lot of the Western states, historical old districts that have wooden buildings that have common attics that do not have sprinkler systems in them, if you get embers landing in those buildings or near those buildings, you can lose entire blocks of historic buildings and communities in a hurry, which obviously is a huge impact economically to those small towns that rely on that. So I think with that, I believe I'm going to pass it on to Kimmy.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. So now let's talk about everything that relates to how wildfire risk starts to conflate and really complicate what it means for the insurance market at that county or community scale, and what this might mean for homeowners. So before we get into this, let's provide some of the foundational overview information and the context for understanding what is insurance in the first place, because insurance is really complicated. And trying to grapple with this in a way that makes sense and understand it and how it actually impacts homeowners' coverage is really critical in order to identify appropriate solutions moving forward. So first and foremost, insurance is pooled risk, meaning that an increase in potential loss translates into price adjustments across the board and through the spreading and sharing of risk amongst all policyholders. When insurance providers are likely to operate at a financial loss, they will modify their policies in high-risk locations in order to remain financially solvent. And what this means is that risk is distributed to everyone who has a policy. In other words, a hurricane in Florida will impact the premiums that you pay in Arizona or where I live in Montana. And it is through the pooling of that risk that the insurance industry is able to cover costs in one impacted area by adjusting the price of insurance in another area of that network. Again, insurance is pooled risk. It is also financial resiliency, meaning that a healthy insurance market benefits everyone because it reflects the ability for homeowners, local governments, and the state to absorb a financial shock and rebound. Quite simply, those with insurance will rebuild quicker and more efficiently than those without. And then lastly, but very, very importantly, insurance is not risk reduction. It is risk transfer. By implicit design, insurance is post-disaster recovery. And while insurance is a critical piece of this solution or this crisis, it alone is not the solution. Insurance will not change the risk already on the ground. It is simply a price signal of the existing risk. So, if insurance is a price signal of risk, how does it relate to wildfires? Well, let's track this out and see how it truly unfolds at that community scale. As I noted earlier, wildfires are getting more expensive, and for many insurers, providing coverage in high-risk locations is becoming cost prohibitive. Further, the lack of upfront mitigation measures discourages insurance providers from wanting to remain in the market. As a result, insurance becomes increasingly unaffordable and inaccessible, stressing both homeowners and the insurance industry. Insurers cannot cover their losses, and homeowners either go without insurance, become underinsured, or pay higher rates for their coverage. An unstable insurance market then has cascading implications on the housing sector, the financial security of mortgages, on property values, and in financing municipal bonds. And this last piece is really important because what many people do not know is that insurance providers actually purchase a vast majority of those municipal bonds based on the assumption of a returned investment. So when that financial return becomes uncertain, insurance providers are less likely to purchase the bonds in the first place. And as many people in this room are aware of, such an outcome would compromise the ability to fund key community services and capital improvements. So through the lack of being able to finance those municipal bonds, it has direct implications and negative outcomes for the communities that are trying to finance and fund their key critical services and improvements. When a disaster does strike, those without insurance will struggle to rebuild and acquire housing. Displacement and dispersion increases. Local government budgets become strained, and the federal government will spend billions and billions of dollars in post-fire recovery and relief efforts. This is a scenario that plays out time and time again in recent catastrophic wildfires. And in as much as we know how homes burn down, so too do we know what happens when the smoke clears and after a fire. The impacts on insurance and therefore the ability for a community to rebound can be significant. So then the next question is, how do you break the cycle? What are the interventions that are needed to disrupt this scenario from playing itself out over and over again? So to end this, I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Doug, who can talk us through our proposed list of ingredients and solutions for better addressing this. Back to you, Doug.
Thanks, Kimmy. Okay, we are going to kind of pull this all together. And again, like Lucinda said, this is the first part of a series. And so we're keeping this pretty high level here. We'll dive into more of these topics in the future, but we're going to talk about this community level risk reduction strategies and what's important and what's part of that. So to keep insurance affordable and accessible, community risk reduction strategies must occur at both the parcel level and neighborhood scale. And I think that's one I want to spend a few minutes on here. We need to remember, and I know this is fairly basic, but we need to remember that even insurers are concerned and need to see action at the neighborhood and community scale, right? They know the science. They know that if I do everything to my house to mitigate that wildfire risk, and I've done everything there, but my neighbor Kimmy has done nothing to hers, they know that that house next door to me is still a huge risk to my house, even if I've done everything correctly to it. So there's still a high likelihood that they're going to drop my coverage because they understand that risk. So we get that question a lot on, hey, I've done everything to my house, and why is my rates gone up, or why is my insurance coverage being dropped? Like Kimmy had shared, it's a pooled risk, and they need to see action at the neighborhood scale for them to feel comfortable, because like we talked about when we talked about how neighborhoods burn down, it doesn't matter if one house here and there have done everything right. If there's one vulnerability in that neighborhood, that can still cause the entire neighborhood to be leveled from fire. It also needs to be demonstrated to and validated by insurers, right? I mean, the insurance companies need to have buy-in on this. They need to agree with our mitigation actions. They need to be assured that they will continue, and they need to be part of this conversation to make them comfortable agreeing to these standards. Obviously, it needs to be approved by state regulators, and it needs to be maintained and monitored. We know vegetation grows, trees are cut down, trees are planted, outbuildings are built, home or boats and RVs are purchased and parked next to homes. So this isn't a one-time deal. The fire environment and the risks to communities changes on a daily basis with season, with droughts, with new developments in a community. It changes consistently. And again, insurance companies know this. And we need to make sure that we work with them so that these community strategies are maintained and monitored. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. And so we've really come up with 5 ingredients for a successful recipe that we feel that reduces this risk and possibly allows insurance companies to feel comfortable staying in or coming back in the market. And I want to be clear that we are not saying that insurance companies are going to lower their rates if we do all this, right? We are trying to find ways to keep them in this market and to renew people's insurance policies. So those 5 ingredients include staffing and capacity, data, communications, collaborative partnerships, and money. And so we'll kind of dive into each of these a little bit real briefly and give a high-level view of this. And again, we'll probably be diving into this more in future sessions. But staffing and capacity, people, right? We need people to get this work done. And I don't think I'm sharing anything that nobody knows there. It's going to take folks in fire departments or working closely with fire departments to address the risks to structures and to parcel level property risks, right? This is that ground truthing piece, going parcel to parcel and seeing what's there. Is that parcel a risk to the community? Are there things on that parcel that can be mitigated so it's not a risk to the community? Because community risk starts at the parcel level. And so we need people to be out there educating folks and chipping programs and doing what needs to be done to mitigate that risk at the parcel level. And as we kind of take a step back a little bit, we also need to look at the neighborhood level and that reducing that risk between structures. These fires start at the parcel level, but once they quickly transition into the neighborhood level, and that's where we have a problem that can be really hard, if not impossible, to stop. And again, this is fire departments taking a look at not only where the highest risks are with each parcel, but where are the other risks? Are there fire pathways coming into communities from parks or from riparian zones or from other places in the community? And are there places we can mitigate that risk of looking at this from a higher level scale, a neighborhood or broader scale? And this is where, again, we can take organizations like Firewise and some of those volunteer organizations that come in that can help us with that. And then taking a step back even farther in terms of staffing and capacity, it takes people outside fire departments. It takes land use planning staff, folks who understand where and how a community is going to grow and develop, because even though we can address the current risks that are on the ground, we also need to address potential future risks. And knowing where is a good place to grow and maybe isn't a good place to grow is important. And with that, we need people in all of city staff, and we need leaders who can make these tough choices. So, having staffing and capacity is a huge piece of what is going to make insurers feel comfortable coming back or staying into a market. The next piece of this is this data piece, right? Falling back on the science part of it. Having inspection system and parcel level tracking systems that we can put in that landscape data. We can put in the structural data. When was it last inspected by a fire department, whether that be a required inspections or just a voluntary inspection? And what did it look like? And what were the recommendations that we asked that homeowner to do? Are there risk maps in the community, and how accurate are those risk maps, and how new are those risk maps? As we see a lot in communities across the country, risk maps are great the day they were made, but trees grow, bushes grow, lots are not kept up, and so those risk maps change quickly. And the other thing we see with risk maps a lot is that depending on the scale they're used at, they don't accurately reflect the actual risk to the community on the ground, right? We can look at a state level risk map, and when we kind of zoom into a neighborhood level scale or a parcel level scale, it is not accurate. So we need to be able to use risk maps and risk measurements that accurately reflect those risks that are on the ground, because that's what the insurance companies are going to use. I guarantee it. And again, that goes with the last one, alignment with insurance companies. We may not have their science, and they may have ways of collecting data that we don't have. But if we can be in alignment with what their concerns are and what they feel needs to be mitigated, then we're that one step closer to being able to keep insurance companies in our communities. The third one, which I think is probably the most important piece, is this communication piece, making sure that the community, the homeowners, elected officials all understand the risk. Again, we see this over and over. What communities and elected officials sometimes believe is their risk is not the actual risk on the ground. When you talk to an elected official and then you talk to somebody in the fire department, there can be very wide-ranging or not agreements on what the actual risk is on the ground. So we need to make sure we communicate that risk effectively and accurately. Again, we also need to make sure we have people at the table early on. And again, Flagstaff and Coconino County have done a great job with this, bringing stakeholders who aren't normally part of the wildfire conversation to the table early, to get their input and to see what their concerns are, right? Because we all want the same thing. We want safe communities that aren't going to burn down, and we want access to insurers. And so we want the same thing. It's just finding a path forward with that. And, you know, I actually live and work in Oregon. And when Oregon tried to adopt a state wildland urban interface code a few years ago, the code was good, but they didn't do any outreach ahead of time. There was lots of misconceptions, lots of fear, lots of misunderstandings about what it was going to do to people on the ground. And that code failed before it even got a foothold on it, right? Because Oregon, we did not reach out to people and inform them and share with them what that code really was about and how it was going to help them. And so I think the communication piece is really important, just sharing that we're trying to work together. We're trying to get this insurance problem solved. The fourth one, again, pretty high level, but this collaborative partnerships, I think Lucinda talked about that. Kimmy talked about, we all know this, right? No single entity can do this alone. It's going to take everybody. It's going to take public and private collaborations, being creative with that. Local and state organizations, kind of like what we're seeing today, people working together, maybe non-traditional wildfire people as part of this. Universities, you guys have Northern Arizona University there, which is a great resource to be part of this problem. Tribal partners and community leaders. You know, everybody's going to need to be part of this if we're going to try to solve this issue. And lastly, no surprise, money. It's going to take money to do this. And whether it be through subsidies and grants like the CWDG grant, cost share programs, incentives, technical assistance like the program Kimi and I work in, CPAW program, where we obviously offer our technical assistance free to communities, but there's lots of programs out there that do these kind of things. So the money's the big one, right? And by remembering and reminding ourselves and our leaders that what money we spend now is pennies compared to the dollars it will cost in the future, like Kimmy spoke on, after a wildfire, right? So we need to be able to find the money, allocate the money to solve these problems on the front end, because it's much cheaper to do that, not only financially, but also on the human scale than on the back end. And so I think to close this first session out here, this is our idea of our wildfire toolbox, right? Again, it's going to take everything. It's going to take the response and operation folks. It's going to take voluntary measures, community plans, land use planning. It's going to take everything. And we get this question a lot, you know, can voluntary measures do it? And we support voluntary Firewise programs. We think that piece is critical. And we feel that, you know, putting fire on the ground is critical. But as science has shown us, if there are vulnerabilities in a community, that community is still at risk. So we also feel there is a time and place for certain types of codes and standards to be put in there. So everybody is required to meet a certain standard when they build or develop in a high wildfire zone to make the entire community safer. So again, like Kimmy said at the beginning, we applaud everybody here for bringing us into this. It's nice to be able to come into an organization and a community on the front end and talk about this before the real problem kind of arrives. We need to remember that if we find a solution to this insurance problem, it's also the same solution to this wildfire crisis piece, right? It's the same solution to a different problem. And so we want to applaud everybody there for taking a step forward and hearing us out on this. I know this is pretty high level. We are excited to dive into this more into the future. And thank you, Lucinda, for inviting us on this. I think with that, I'm going to pass it back to somebody there, and we're going to be open for questions.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We're getting our Lucinda Andriani's coming up here.
Well, thank you very much. That was, I think, what we needed to understand what is both the breadth and the complexity of this issue. Just understanding, I mean, you can see now that there are multiple elements, like just looking at the insurance industry and understanding those dynamics and how are rates set and all those things that influence those pieces. Maybe before we launch into board comments and questions, maybe Kimmy and Doug, you could talk a little bit, give us a little glimpse at least of some communities. I know Boulder, Colorado, you've spoken about that, what they've launched, I think, over the last couple of years. Maybe give a little bit of glimpse of some of the things that they've done that have been successful there and what you see as kind of the key elements. I know, that one of the pieces of this is going to be us learning. And then what do you see? Obviously, frankly, California is kind of ground zero, and there's a number of different factors there. But I also think there's a lot of learning coming out of that. And I know there's been a lot of work between regulators, insurers, and communities to identify what are the key steps that individuals and communities can take. And then that whole package of, like you showed, having the regulatory framework that endorses that, and then having the insurance companies endorsed in what they do with the regulators. Maybe give us a little glimpse of a couple of those pieces before we launch into questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I can start on that, and then I'll turn it over to Doug to help fill in everything I've missed. So the first question with respect to Boulder County that was highlighted by Lucinda, this is an example we hold up a lot in the wildfire community, and it was developed and launched in partnership with the Land Use Planning Department out of Boulder County, Colorado, alongside the fire department. And what it is essentially a home certification program that's called Wildfire Partners Program. And what this does is it works with homeowners individually over the course of a year. They hire on-site inspectors to come look at a property and assess it for risk, not just the property with respect to vegetation and what we call defensible space and the non-combustible zone, but also with respect to the structure in the home itself. So they provide a full assessment checklist to the homeowner. The homeowner has 1 year to fulfill that mitigation measure checklist. And if a majority of the mitigation measures are met, then they get a certificate. And the certificate provides two valuable outcomes. One is that it demonstrates completion of the mitigation measures by the homeowner. And it is used honestly as I'm going to just use the word peer pressure, but it's for the optics of recognizing within the neighborhood that that individual homeowner has done everything they have done could do really to mitigate the risk to their home and property, therefore bringing down the risk profile to the entire neighborhood. And it's a placard. It's a visual that they stick on their front yard, and in a way they can showcase what they have done and try and increase similar compliance to their neighbors. So that's one thing it does. The second outcome is that they have worked with the insurance providers in that region, and the insurance providers have agreed to provide ongoing coverage. Insurance retainment is the word. As Doug noted early on, this is not a reduction in premium coverage price. This is an ongoing retainment of coverage. And so the insurance providers have said, yes, we see that you have demonstrated all of the appropriate mitigation measures. You have brought down your risk profile. And for that, we agree to provide you ongoing coverage for 1 more year. And it's a yearly renewal. And every year, the homeowner needs to complete that mitigation measures, get assessed, and then they get recertified. So that's the Wildfire Partners Program. And again, it's a great example of a collaborative partnership between the land use planning, the fire department, the insurance providers, and individual homeowners. This model has been replicated to some degree in places like California and elsewhere. Probably the most notorious model right now is, again, through the Insurance Institute of Business and Home Safety, IBHS. This is called the Wildfire Prepared Home Certification Program. They also have an Accelerated Plus program, and it essentially requires homeowners to comply with building practices and defensible space and landscaping measures that reduce wildfire risk exposure and ignition vulnerabilities. And if they do so, then they get an IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home certification that they can turn into agreed upon insurance providers for retained coverage. And this is being piloted throughout California and other states right now. And it sets a standard for which homes have to be met in order to meet what is considered to reduce a vulnerability risk profile. So what we are seeing in places like California and elsewhere where this insurance crisis is unfolding is that it has to be met, as Doug noted in his talk, not just at that parcel level, but it does because of how wildfire behaves once structures ignite and the conflagration, particularly under a high wind event and that radiant heat spread, is that it has to be at neighborhood scale. And so while voluntary measures are absolutely critical and part of this, to have it comply with a accepted standard is really what the insurance providers are also looking for. Doug, what did I miss in that?
Yeah, no, I think you're right on, Kimmy. I think what I would add to that is, although those programs are great and they're a great step forward, they are challenging to put into place, as you can imagine. The communities that have done it worked hard, and they had all the right pieces of that puzzle to come into place. But there is a lot of places it is just, it may not happen, right? And so, we worked in close to 90 communities across the country, all over, and we get asked this question a lot. And there's a lot of those communities that don't have all those pieces, but they do know that what the insurance companies are going to want to see is exactly the same thing that the wildfire folks in those communities want to see, right? These solutions to reduce the risks at a community scale. So when we approach them, if there is just not a way that they're going to be able to build these public-private partnerships like Kimmy was talking about, we still share with them the importance of taking the measures to make that community as safe as possible from wildfire. And like Lucinda said, there's a broad array of tools to use. What we recommend, and as you can imagine, what we recommend in Southern California, we would not recommend in Eastern Montana, right? It would not play well there at all. So we are not saying that codes or any of these are a one fits all in any community. There's different tools that work in different communities. That being said, insurance companies need to see requirements at the community scale before they're going to do anything. So we always tell communities that there's no guarantee that the insurance companies are going to jump aboard this train, but we might as well do the right thing and get the steps necessary in place. So if there is that opening, that they know we're committed to that. We've done the right thing. We've made those hard choices, and they're willing to stay here. We've talked to a lot of insurance companies. I know Lucinda has as well. And they want to be there as well. That it is their business model. They they would like to stay in communities and be able to write policies there. So they are hoping for the same solutions we're hoping for here.
Right. I think that gives us kind of a glimpse of, in particular, what is the role of a county, right? Where can a county influence this issue and have an impact? And I think that helps us kind of see, where do we fit in that, in creating those partnerships really, to bring about, potential change and it's systems change. I mean, this is a system issue and it's got to take a system level change. And I think there's obviously a bunch of elements to that. One in particular is how do we create the financial dynamics that can support people with taking the steps to do that work, right? And I still see a lot of opportunity, frankly, from the industry itself, the insurance industry and the mortgage industry. Where can they fit into this to provide us with the financial products that can help people invest in their homes to make these kind of improvements? Because most of the improvements we're talking about are going to affect a home's value for at least 10, maybe 20, 30 years. So how do we build that into that system? Something we'll take up in a future session. And if there's things emerging on that front, or ways that we can advocate for those kinds of things to take place, because we've got to have the financial tools to do this and mitigate risk, right? I come from the energy industry, so mitigating risk was paramount all the time. That was premier discussion all the time. And, you've got to think about what are those strategies. So with that, let's go ahead and turn it over to the board. Back to you, Chair, to see if there are questions or comments from the board that you'd like to ask of Amy and Doug.
And I'm sure there will be, one of the points I'd like to make is that you're right, it is about mitigating risk. And it's one of the reasons that those of us, here in Coconino County, the Board of Supervisors, Flood Control District, that we have really looked to forest restoration and our partnership with the Forest Service, quite frankly, with the state and also locally here with the City of Flag, to do extensive forest restoration work to help, quote, mitigate the risk. Because if in fact the price or the premium is determined by the risk and by the loss, hopefully being able to take care of it on the front end through forest restoration will hopefully result in lower costs, because it'll be lower number and incidents, or at least the intensity of the forest fires. So, it's one of the reasons that we have done that. Also, when you talk about voluntary measures to do, I think that is another area where the Flood Control District, community development, and really the county and the board really have looked to our community to try to talk about fuel reductions, hardening homes, being fire wise, working on emergency preparedness. And then, even further than that, really taking a look at our building code and our building codes and standards for hopefully helping to mitigate that risk. So, and we can do that, and I think we need to still do that. But it also, we need to look at this partnership from state, federal, local, and industry level to take a look at the premium costs or alternatives, so people can be covered for wildfire insurance and wildfire risk. So, but this is great. It helps to really kind of break it down. And I'm going to turn this now to members of the board. Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. Thank you both for this presentation that you gave today. It did give a pretty high level look at it. And the one question that I still have, though, is there was a term, it was called, I think, insurance alignment. And so it seems from what I am observing, I see homeowners doing everything that they think the insurance company is going to want, fire departments encouraging them to do it, an insurance company is still not accepting the work being done. So it seems to me that there is a gap in understanding of what needs to be done and what the insurance companies are willing to accept. So how do we close that gap in the conversation so homeowners really know what to do?
Yeah, again, I can start answering that and then I'll turn it over to Doug to finish. So there's a couple of different ways that we are seeing this being addressed, because what you've just noted is brought up many communities over and over again, and counties. And so again, the certification program is standing out as a model template because it does exemplify and demonstrate that checklist that is accepted mutually by the insurance provider and the homeowner. Right now, IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home is the only checklist widely available that does this. California has a similar model. It's called Safer from Wildfires. It's a bit of a tiered down approach. But the purpose of wildfire prepared homes is to answer that question, is that it is essentially the catalyst or that translator between the insurance market and the homeowners that says, hey, homeowners are doing all of this. And the insurance providers say, yes, we see that they have been certified as such. Okay, we will look at that policy, or we will provide coverage or continue to renew it, or whatever their policy adjustment may be for that particular homeowner. IBHS is now also deploying this at a neighborhood scale because, again, recognizing that radiant heat and structure to structure risk is so high, they need that neighborhood certification as well. So that's one option and approach for doing so. Additionally, what you're talking about is data transparency, right? It's just making this information publicly transparent for both the homeowners as well as the insurance risk market, so that the information is widely accessible and known, and that the discrepancies about what is being done and what is being accepted is more widely recognized and known. So there are efforts, and I know Neil Chapman and his team through the City of Flagstaff's fire department is looking into this, is the Wildland Urban Interface Data Commons, essentially. So this is a piloted effort right now, and it is looking at trying to make essentially a clearinghouse of information available for homeowners, residents, elected officials, and the insurance market. So everybody's using that same toolbox to try and understand what is the risk and how do you bring it down. And then the last one is just open, transparent conversation and ongoing communications and conversations with the insurance providers. It takes a lot of time. It's really messy. You have a lot of providers in one particular region. They aren't able to talk to each other through occlusion practices, but you can still get them all to the table to understand, okay, we recognize these risks are increasing. What is it that they need to see? What are the checklists, that mitigation measure, application or whatever they're using to assess this risk, and how do we align it with what is happening at that parcel, neighborhood, and community level? Doug, what would you add to what I left off?
Yeah, I mean, I think you covered it, Kimmy. That's a great question, because I spent 25 years as a structural firefighter, and some of the biggest frustrations we would have is when we went out to tell people what they should do, and they'd spend money on limbing trees up or doing this or replacing a roof, and the insurance company would come back and still drop them or raise their rates, right? And we felt we were the experts on that at a parcel level, but because of proprietary information, we weren't able to get anything from the insurance company that shared what their restrictions are. And it was extremely frustrating and challenging for both us and the homeowner. So I think kind of what Kimmy was saying, this transparency and this standardization is what the future looks like. And I think maybe Lucinda brought this up a little bit ago. I think that is a role that a county can play, is being part of the forefront of that program at a county scale, and bringing those insurers in and at least starting that conversation to make sure that at least within that geographical area, everybody is playing with the same scorecard. And if a homeowner drops money on doing something, they know that that's going to have implications in retaining coverage or maybe not a inflation of their rate. So I think there is a role for county level government to play in that, to start those conversations, bring in fire departments, bring in the insurers, and see where they can end up in that.
And I think that's also where the governor and there's a Department of Insurance and financial institutions, DIFI, I guess, are trying to do exactly that, is to bring all the players to the table, if you will, to talk about affordability and the availability for personal homeowners insurance, and also looking at ways that we can reduce the risk in these forested areas or the wildland urban interface, which we have so much of here in Flagstaff. So, you know, and the county is playing a role in that. In fact, we're involved in trying to really get that off the ground. And so we'll continue to do that. But I think what you're talking about really shows how important it is to have these partnerships from industry to federal to state to local, and really how complex of an issue this really is. So Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like we have a lot of homework to do. But you know, we've been working on this for many years through our flood district. So we have some kind of structure in place. But it sounds like we need to identify all our partners, you know, from the construction industry to fire department, to see who needs to be at the table. Revisit our planning and zoning policies, really look at land use, identify where we discourage people from developing, working with developers. They have a great role here, developers, in these policies that we're talking about, and keeping communities safe. And then looks like we need to map out our county. Where are the high-risk areas, and how do we do that structurally to identify which community to work with first, and then go on to the list. Not that we're not working with all the communities, but I think we need to start. Where do we start? Our building codes is another one. You know, we've been hearing that having a sturdy, flame resistant roofs is important to insurance companies. So maybe those are things that we need to really look at and inform our communities with. And community meetings, which we do have, but we really need to, I guess, upscale that. And a lot of these are voluntary too, hoping that each homeowner takes this seriously enough to say, yes, I'm in. So, and Lucinda, you've been very good at doing that all these years, encouraging people to join and making sure the rest of the communities are safe and mitigating. This is just part of the mitigation. And then find out what companies are here, insurance companies, and what is their checklist. Their checklist may not be the same across the board. So how do we identify what checklist is? What is a checklist? You know, that's something that we really need to look at. And then working with the state and FEMA. And then we have challenges. We have an administration that has declared that they're going to significantly reduce funding to the local levels and really concentrate on major disasters, and taking that responsibility of the federal grants and all of that, eliminating that to the point where local governments and the state is going to be really challenged. And it's really opening up great challenge for our work that we're just now talking about, and our first responders, our emergency management grants are going to be, now they're being held back. So, you know, within that atmosphere of these federal, well, not knowing where federal government is going to go, because we now have the federal council, the 20 members that are in place, and we have a sheriff that is from Florida, only county representative, a local representative. It creates a great challenge and understanding what the local local government is faced with. So those are, I think that's what I'm hearing here, and I think that we need to, I'm glad that we're having these sessions because this is a challenge throughout the country. And where do we start? We got to look internally first, see what do we have in place. Are our policies, are our way of doing business, is that the right way? And then how do we bring the community in to be able to say, this is the direction to stay safe. So I think those are things that I'm hearing, and really happy that this presentation was presented, and just learning about the insurance industry. It's just really well presented, and we'll just really want to learn more about it. So thank you.
Thank you. And one of the sessions when we come back, we'll talk about, we've launched working with a consulting firm, completing the community wildfire protection plans and getting those done. And, we've got a number of steps that are there that will contribute to this overall effort that are important. So we'll cover that and hear more from Flagstaff in terms of what they're doing with the guidance from Headwaters and so forth as well. So
Follow up.
there questions or comments?
Yeah. Just want to say that we already have Firewise program, but as was mentioned, if your neighbor is not complying or is not doing all that neighbor can do, and you've already done it, you're still at risk.
Yep.
So Firewise program
take a
is still
community effort.
here. It's very strong. However, it's up to every individual homeowners to understand the risk that it's creating for it themselves and for the whole neighborhood.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's really good to learn more information about home insurance and how it's being impacted with wildfires. What really struck out with me was the fact that we're at higher risk of fire than 96% of the counties in the country. We knew that, but that was still higher than I would have expected. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I'm glad we're having this conversation because it brings me back to 3 years ago with the tunnel fire, where we had 38 structures burned, and the majority of them were embers that floated. It was a quick fire and
almost all
burned through.
Yeah.
And so that's where we started hearing after that fire about issues with insurance. The year before had been flooding. That year was fire. But those are when we started hearing about these issues with coverage. And we as a board in our legislative appointments up at the Hill would advocate and share these stories about families that weren't able to get insurance for their homes, even in areas that weren't near where the fires happened because of that risk and the fear of mitigating that risk. And so it's just, it reiterates why it's so important that we invest in forest thinning, why we continue to look for preventative mitigation efforts so that we can protect our community and that we strengthen our local partnerships with that work. And one thing that didn't occur to me until the presentation is I agree with my colleague. We need to create more partnerships and more relationships with the local insurance companies that are covering this so that we can see where there is some local wiggle room, where there is some stuff that we can at least develop that relationship and see what can be done. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of communities and a lot of homes in our community that aren't able to get health insurance. And quite frankly, it's just not fair. And so, or fire insurance, excuse me. Well, home insurance, fire insurance on their home insurance. Yes. Healthcare is a whole nother topic to get into. But the other thing I just wanted to mention was that when the federal government removes funding from FEMA, what that does is a cost-shifting effort. And what that means is there's no more federal funding coming in. So guess what? Now the states have to find that funding. And if the states can't provide that funding, guess what? That's a cost shift to the counties. And so what this does is put a higher local burden when there are fires, when there are impacts. We recently had the tunnel pipeline fire 3 years ago. We're finishing up that construction. That construction could could have never happened without federal funding.
Right.
So if federal funding is being removed for these kind of efforts, where would that leave a community that gets hit with another tunnel fire or a pipeline fire type fire in our community or in their community? So just want to think about those things and really connect the dots and keep pushing for this reform for fire insurance, because it is so crucial for our communities, and it's not fair that they can't get fire insurance for their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 46% of total wildfire costs are borne at the home. Amazing. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barrett, and also Mr. Green. Thank you so much. And certainly I feel that information that you brought before us is something that we cherish, and that, we'll take it to heart. And I know that we do have little things that are going on so far, like the mitigation efforts and stuff that are happening. But I just want to tell you that, it's going to take everyone in this whole community and surrounding communities where there are fires, floods, or whatever, how we're going to try to get them homeowner insurance. And there's a lot of work to be done, and this is not just a start, but I think it's uplifting us a little bit more, to get to where we want to be as a county, and to help people to maintain or get homeowners insurance, for their homes. And I know that there's a big toolbox that you guys had mentioned. I think that all of that is something that is very useful to us. And I know that also that there's a lot of efforts that are going on, like the forest thinning and all the mitigations that we've been doing, trying to take it from that point. But it's going to take more than that. It's going to have to work with a lot of partnerships. We have a lot of people here that are always willing to come forth to help us, when we have anything that arises within the county here. So we're just going to have to go back and, see what we have and what we need to do and move forward. And we cannot turn back. We have to move forward, to get it done. And I have a lot of faith in the staff, our attorneys, our board. Is very aggressive in certain ways, and that's how we've been able to move things forward and get things done. So, but again, the community is always willing to help us also. So just getting everybody together. We have Williams, so we have Grand Canyon area, we have Fredonia, all these places, plus Flagstaff. But I think we're gonna succeed, and that's all I want to say is that we just need to look for the right puzzles, to fit into what we have already. So thank you so much for the presentation and allowing, us to speak and comment. Other areas I started to talk about, but then I was marking them off because everybody was mentioning it. So I just kind of leave it at that then. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros, and then Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, thank you. And this is really a follow-up question to the one I asked about really the bridge between the insurance companies and what homeowners can do. And you indicated the certification program. And you gave the example of that's currently being used in Boulder County, Colorado, right? Are you guys aware of a certification program here in the state of Arizona?
So that is a fantastic question. And what I would say is through the commission at the state level, that IBHS does have a representative at that state level. So I would just recommend coordinating, whether that be Lucinda or somebody else on your team, to reach out to that group and the existing membership, because very importantly, you have IBHS representation already there at the state. I believe whether that can be deployed and has been adopted, I think is probably still something that is going through conversations right now. So for the certification program to be accepted at county level, it does have to go through the state level regulation and regulatory process in terms of getting buy-in. But I do know that that is underway. I know IBHS is very interested in exploring it there in Arizona. And if it isn't IBHS, you can similarly apply certification type models the way Wildfire Partners program has done so. And what I would suggest, and I know Lucinda's already thinking about this, is having their director come speak to you in the next panel presentation and talk a little bit about how they went through that process of implementation and adoption.
Oh, okay, thank you for that, because that was going to be my next question, is asking you for the roadmap of how to accomplish this. And I think you answered that. And I know, Lucinda, you're taking notes or on that. We've all heard that. So thank you for that recommendation. I think that's a good one.
Yes, and
Supervisor
we look forward to working with Lucinda on this moving forward. Both Doug and myself are, we've committed to being kind of ongoing thought partners and strategists behind this. It's a great effort that you are all trying to do, and it's a tremendous challenge that you have with a lot of moving parts. And so if we can be helpful in thinking through what that would be and how they can fall into place to get you where you need to be with a similar type of certification program, then we will be in conversations with Lucinda on that.
Supervisor Fowler.
2 questions. I just wondered if these programs, before they were started, if there was an assessment or some kind of a study that was done prior, and then based on that, implement the program. And then second question is, I'm just wondering what the average cost is for a homeowner in general. I know that it's all different, to bring to be brought up for their property to be brought up to standard. I think about how some homeowners may not be able to afford all that needs to be done. So how does homeowner how are they able to do their own mitigation to be able to meet those standards?
So the first question was relative to the assessment of the area. And I mean, I can share, and Jay can too, that there have been a number of wildfire assessments done across this county by, various entities and so forth. And I think, there's a reasonably good understanding, but that is a component of the CWPPs, is actually looking at that. And I think, as was mentioned, that Kimmy mentioned, that there's an effort to try to come to an agreement with the various parties, insurers, et cetera. Like, what is the data we're going to use for that purpose, right? So that we can all agree, where are the risks the most significant and so forth, right? But we won't run out of places where we have significant risk for a long time. We got a lot. And I think we've been thinking here mostly forested, and that obviously is a key issue, but there's a lot of areas that are grassland. Look at Colorado. The largest number of homes they lost, right, was from a grassland fire. And so, it isn't just the pinyon juniper, the PJ area. I mean, we have wildfire risk across our entire environment, not just the forested. Forested is the most prominent, of course. So
thank you, Lucinda.
And we'll cover that other piece too, in terms of, that's what I brought up earlier, is how do you create the financial structures to support people with making these investments? I don't know, Doug, if there's a rough figure out there. I've heard something like 60 to 80,000 per home. I don't know if that's in the real ballpark of what it takes. It certainly depends on what the home has now, right? Are they starting with a shake roof, or are they starting, with some measures that have already been taken, right?
Yeah, there are studies out there. Kimmy did a great study a couple of years ago on that, and it certainly is a wide range, and it does depend on what's there. Obviously, there's a few big ones that you need to check off right off the front, like a shake roof can be an expensive one, but once you get past that, and depending on the agreement with the insurance company and that piece, depending on what your checklist is, if we're just talking wildfire mitigation measures, it really can depend on the structure, what slope it's on, what kind of vegetation it's in. There's some really small, cost-effective things that can go a long way to reducing the risk of wildfire to a home, especially when you're talking about ember transfer. So, yeah, I mean, we can quote some numbers, but it is a broad scale, and it's really hard to do that until yeah, you know what you're starting with, where it is, what's around it. Is there a home 5 foot away from the neighboring property line, or is it on a 2-acre parcel, right? They all make a difference to what mitigation measures the experts would recommend for that. So, I mean, Kimmy, I know you probably have more knowledge than I on this.
No, I would just say site-specific conditions greatly complicate actual cost. We know that the range can be as minimum as $1,000 if you're just looking at exterior vent replacement to reduce ember penetration to the interior attic space, as Doug noted in the video demonstration, upwards of $60,000 if it's an entire retrofit and rebuild. So that's another question in itself. Are you dealing with existing structures that have perhaps legacy challenges, or are these new builds? We know that new builds are going to be more affordable because in that sense, what you're looking at is material replacement or substitution. Instead of using wood siding, you're going to use fiber cement siding. That may actually bring down the cost. Similarly, instead of using a cedar shake roof, you might use asphalt, which would bring down the cost, or metal, which may increase the cost. New builds, though, overall are going to be a more effective and affordable way of meeting a wildfire mitigation standard. Retrofits can get quite complicated and a little messy depending on that site-specific nuance and variability and vulnerability.
And I think we definitely do not want to discourage people thinking, oh my goodness, it's too expensive. How can any of us do this? There are, and Doug, I'm so glad you underscored that, there are cost-effective ways that we all have that we can reduce the risk now in our own homes, in our own neighborhoods today. And I think that we really do need to focus on that. I know that's one thing that we've been working on as a board and in our community meetings is to get out and to do this education and to work with individuals and with their neighborhoods to help on some of these fire-wise practices. So, I would hate to leave the impression that we don't have tens of thousands of dollars in a bank somewhere to be able to do some of this extensive cost for your homes that all is lost. I think there are many practical things that we can do now. So I'm really glad, Doug, you really underscored that. I think that's really important. And Supervisor Begay, I know you had a question as
I have a follow-up.
Sorry,
Back
Supervisor
to
Fowler.
the study. I know we have studies on our fire and flood mitigation, but I think we need to look at our whole county. We don't have, we have quite a bit of study in this region, but I think the whole county and how do we may consider that. It's a consideration that is a reality that I think we need to just have. And is that something that needs to be done? That's something I think we need to just have in case we need to at some point. I know that
Yeah,
there's
we
more
can
risk
certainly do a
in
session
some
and
areas.
share the
Yeah.
different models that are out there that have assessed the fire risk across the county, and those will be incorporated and talk about the CWPP process and all of that, because that's part of that whole effort. So we can certainly bring that back. I think we're nearing our time here. Right. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank the medias here. We've got great media coverage, which is really important to getting that word out. And we really appreciate their engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Kimmy and Doug. Really appreciate everything and your continuing partnership.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Lucinda.
All right. So we are still Flood Control District Board of Directors. And at this time, I would ask to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
I'll
Have
second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors again. And we have a next item on our agenda. Next item on the agenda is the presentation and discussion regarding a quarterly capital construction project update from the sheriff's office. And I see the sheriff is here. Facilities Management, Public Works, and Parks and Recreation. By the way, thank you all for, we'll just go ahead and take a few minutes before we start just to have those transition out.
Madam Chair, we're still on the record here and we need to clear the room.
Folks, I was trying to give everybody just a few moments to leave, not to start a new conversation in the boardroom. We are still in the midst of a board meeting. So we would ask that if you have a conversation, please take it outside. So it's not raining, unfortunately, but it was a few minutes ago. So, all right, let's go ahead and let's proceed. We have a lot on our agenda today. And the next, we are now the Board of Supervisors. And as I indicated, we have a presentation regarding the quarterly capital construction project update from the Sheriff's Office, Facility Management, Public Works, and Parks and Rec. And I see a number of the directors are here, and I saw the sheriff was here. And so let's go ahead and proceed. And I will turn this over to Kim Musselman, Deputy County Manager.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, as they're getting set up here. This is something that I know Tom had talked a lot about in terms of coming together with the other departments that also have capital facility projects, and making sure that you all are informed as to kind of the status and the progress of many of those projects that are already in process, and others that are being teed up, if you will, to start in process, and just be an opportunity on a quarterly basis to make sure that you all understand kind of where things are, can get some questions answered, and just be informed so that when you're getting questions, you have that information at hand. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom to kick off, and then he'll be introducing each of the other departments as they're going to share as well.
Good afternoon, Tom. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me back. I think we lost the sheriff, so he's the first up to speak after me. Thank you, Dallas. Appreciate it. Thank you, board, and I'm excited to be here this afternoon for a short 45-minute compared to that last session. And thank you for.
Did you notice all the cameras left the minute you got up to speak?
Yeah, that's normal. I'm used to it. So anyways, as Kim mentioned, the whole concept of this, we have a lot going on as an organization right now. And as we talked about during the budget, the couple weeks of budget, we have a lot of different funding mechanisms that are flowing in from a variety of sources that are allowing us to achieve some of the dreams that we've had for a long time. And that's really what we're here to talk about, is those dreams that are becoming a reality right now. And what's really cool is we have 4 different departments. Sorry, I said 5, see if you're paying attention. 4 different departments that manage capital projects as related to facilities. And that's what we're going to focus on here each quarter. And what we're going to talk about is projects that are currently underway. So projects that are in design or have broken ground, or like one of the projects that Jeff is going to highlight today, which you've heard about, that is in completion right now. We're actually building furniture for occupancy next week. So really cool stuff that we have going on. So we're going to allow each department to present their projects. And I think this is our first time doing this, so we could definitely adapt how these look every quarter based on what your needs are and what you'd like to hear and see. The intent is to be very simple and very high level. So we're going to go over the 3 components of the construction triangle. We're nerding out a little bit: scope, budget, and schedule. And hopefully that'll give the board all of the information that they need from a very high level to understand kind of where we're at with these projects and have an idea of when the doors are going to open, how much they cost, and where the funding is coming from. So we're
Tom, before you move
ma'am.
forward, just real quick, just for us, before we had a whole bunch of blank pages in our board book, and we found out there was a PowerPoint, which we finally discovered, and I handed out as many as I could for the previous presentation. In this presentation, we have the very same problem.
Okay.
We have the cover page and we have a whole bunch of blank pages. So I don't know if there were handouts that were associated with this. It would be great to go ahead and let us know,
Okay.
because we don't usually, we assume we have them, so we don't usually look there when we walk in. So it'd be great to have copies. Thank you. Sorry.
No, you're good. Do we have enough?
It's up on the screen. Yeah,
Okay.
there's the PowerPoint.
We need 2 more of these.
No, one more. I have
One more. Just the vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. That doesn't have the secret code in it, does it? Okay, good. Can you?
Secret
It's probably better you than me. So one of the things that we did during our facility master plan process is we took a comprehensive approach to all facility related projects in the organization, regardless of which department is managing them and where the funding is coming from. And the response that we heard from all of you was that it was good to hear that, to see from a comprehensive standpoint everything that's going on across the organization. So we would like to, today we're going to kind of go over, I think we have 6 or 7 projects to highlight, with the last one being the Tribal Nation Service Center. We kind of separated that out in case there was additional discussion on that. But first we're going to start with Sheriff Axlin. And I think what we should do is, as we highlight projects, if there's specific questions about that project, we just address it before we move on to the next, if you're okay with that. And if that doesn't work, then the next time in 3 months when we come back, we could adjust our approach and do what works. So I'd like to introduce Sheriff Axlin, and then after him, we're going to have Jeff Stein, our facility management senior construction manager. And then we're going to kick it over to Public Works, Mr. Ray Garcia, and then they're going to kick it back to me. So welcome to the roller coaster.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Sheriff. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'd like to cover our current jail district improvement projects. There it is. Okay. First off really it's a 2-pronged project. One being the medical unit, which is going to increase our medical capacity by about 15,000 square feet, and a new addition to the jail. This will include more exam space, and infirmary, support space, and office space for medical staff. The second part of this project is our intake, transfer, and release project. This is going to improve the way we do business for safety and security in our jail. It is completing renovations in existing space and creates separation of arrest and release. So in intake and release, functions will be separated for a higher level of safety. It's not a good practice in any jail really to be accepting prisoners and releasing them in the same space. A budget for our project is $20 million, as you've heard several times. That consists of $10 million out of our jail district reserve funds, as well as a $10 million bond. This was decided through several meetings that we've had with county finance and several different financial experts. As far as the schedule goes, it says on the PowerPoint concept or PowerPoint slide that we'll begin in July of 2025, but according to our facilities manager, it may start as early as 2 weeks from now, and then complete in April 2027. That gives me just a second to introduce our facilities manager on the sheriff's side, which is Dallas Lilly, who's sitting behind me. Dallas has a huge job for us. He manages both the Leaf facility, which is the law enforcement administrative facility for both the sheriff and the city of police department side, search and rescue building, and the jail building in Flagstaff, as well as our Leaf facility in Page and jail in Page. So he's got quite a big job. Okay, as you can see on the next slide, you see kind of an overview of the footprint of the campus at the Leaf facility. You'll see in orange there on the far left slide. That's where the addition is going to be going between two of the pods, the inmate housing pods. The middle slide is kind of the close-up slide of what we're looking at as far as the addition goes. And then on the right side, you'll see kind of a picture of what the actual area is going to look like. We did receive the concept of this addition through DLR, which is one of the companies that we work with. We also went to see several of the different facilities that DLR has built both in Larimer County in Colorado, as well as the Yavapai County Jail. So this was really a concept that was taken from a lot of experts that have been in the business for a long time that we consulted for our model and how we did it. That part of the project was an instrumental piece of that was our jail commander, Matt Figueroa, who's sitting behind me now. We also brought in several members of our medical staff to be able to say, hey, these are the best practices and how we want the flow to work within our medical facility. It wasn't just done by construction, but by people that are professionals in the practice as well. That is our project in a nutshell. I know that you've heard it. We've really beat it to death on all of you, as well as jail tours and everything else. So I know you're very familiar with the project. But that is our quick overview of it. Are there any questions, Chair?
You know, we are familiar with it, but we're really excited about it. So it's very great news to hear you're breaking ground even sooner than expected. And we look forward to the completion of this project. So thank you. Any other questions, members of the board? Super. Oh, well,
great. Right. It is. It's great. We like talking about it too, as you can
That's
tell.
you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, I'm Jeff Stein, Senior Construction Manager with Facilities Management. Excited to present a couple, 3 projects for you here we're working on now. So the first project we're going to discuss is the Pathways to Community. This was a 2-phase project. The first constructed a tenant improvement about 3,000 square feet in the existing jail facility. And that was completed in spring of 2024. And then the second phase was a building addition, which we're just about done with in a week. We'll be out of there. So that's a 1,500 square foot building addition. That'll serve the Pathways to Community program under HHS. The budget was $1.3 million for both phases, $600,000 for the first phase, and then the balance for the phase 2. So we completed, as I said, phase 1 last spring. We are complete with the building as of May. We're doing some landscaping, some fence work, and we're going to be moving staff in next week. Have some construction photos here, various phases. I did want to take the opportunity to cite our partners. We worked with HHS on this. It was funded with 2 grants as a result of opioid settlements. Our contractor partners, JWA was our on-call architect for the project, and KCS was the contractor. They were awarded under a competitive process under the job order contract. I kind of wanted to just share like one cool fact for each project that just is neat to think about. For this one, it was that we had 2 grants, and we were able to really manage those to share between the TI phase and the building addition phase with the help of Michelle Axel and her team to really dial it in. And with the JOC, we have a $2 million limit on that. We were about $400 off that. So we maximized everything we could out of that contract. And then likewise on the grant side, we had pretty much everything and some icing on the cake with some furniture for the courtyard. So it was exciting to really be able to dial it in to get everything and then some of the icing on the cake too. So that'll be opening up for staff next week. And with that, is there any questions on this project?
Pathways Phase 1, any questions? Yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice to see a new building. Like, it's been a while for the county, so it's a real fun project to work on.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
It is really good to see a concept, a thought about pathways that our sheriff had. And then to actually see it into being like this with its own building. It's just amazing be careful what you dream of, you know? And it's just really great. Congratulations to everyone that's been involved. I just think this is just amazing. I don't know if you're gonna put a title, a special name to that building, but it's really great.
you.
Congratulations.
I do want to shout out to Dallas too, because he was real integral in making this successful, working in his facility and accommodating us and putting up with us on some days too. So appreciate it.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, just really cool to see the fruition of the Pathways to Community project. I'm really looking forward to getting a tour once it's done. And, you know, I know there's bigger renovations that are happening and this is just phase 1, but congratulations for getting through this phase, because we've seen the data and we've seen just how successful this program has been upon releasing inmates and helping connect them to services. And so having the right space for the job is so important. So good job, everyone. Thank you.
Sure. So next project is the HHS renovations projects. And this is really 2 projects that is rolled into one. So the first one is the Youth Behavioral Center, and that will complete about 3,000 square foot of renovation that will happen inside the King Street building. It's going to include new counseling rooms, conference room, reception lobby, and an outdoor space area that'll serve both a youth behavioral health program and for the HHS staff. The second component of the project is the HHS lobby renovation, which will complete 5,000 square feet of renovation for variety of HHS programs. On the first floor, we're going to have a new lobby as you walk in for client services, teller windows, council rooms. There'll be some improvements to the clinic space. And then on the second floor, we're going to convert the Aspen Birch conference rooms into one large conference room that'll replace the Ponderosa room downstairs. And of course, we'll get to the next project, which is the Emergency Operations Center at Sheep Hill, but they'll be moving to that space and we'll create new conference space on the second floor for HHS staff. The budget for both scope areas for this project is $3.3 million. And the scheduled design phase, we're going to be going through July permitting, and we're looking to start construction in the fall with a completion next spring is what we're scheduled for. These are some renderings of the lobby space. And then on the right is a kind of wireframe rendering of the lobby space in the youth behavioral area, which will have open ceilings to the lid and some sliding doors into a adjacent conference space. The county partner on this is HHS primarily, and our construction partners are DLR Group, which is the architect we use from our on-call list, and KCS is also the architect, or contractor on this. That was competitively awarded through a statement of qualifications process. A cool fact on this one is that we had hoped we could use the parcel to the north, and that didn't pencil out, so we were able to move the Youth Behavioral Center into the King Street building and fit that footprint in there. And I think we were able to really study that site and have a lot of utility information, stormwater information. So the effort we put into the civil design on that vacant parcel will be able to at least carry forward to future hopeful development of that parcel. So I want to open up for some questions on this project.
Yes, a couple of things. First and foremost, we were disappointed it didn't have a standalone building, but I'm very impressed with what's going on there for the Youth Behavioral Center and the use of the space. And then the second comment is the HHS lobby. Oh my God, was that in need of a major renovation? And I'm very glad to see, I think it's going to be a wonderful use of space, much more inviting, much more open, and much more, quite frankly, user-friendly for our constituents who are coming in, need services there. So, and I'm sorry you kicked Tim Carter out. We hope he finds a home. And Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation, and all these monies are readily available to be used on these projects.
Yes, we have funding for Pathways, of course, is complete,
Yeah.
funded, and we have funding in place, 3.3 million for both of these projects.
Okay.
In this.
Is there any
HHS
more
case.
where you got some? We need a new boardroom.
We're going to take that one right up to the limit too, and spend every dollar we have wisely and leave nothing on the table.
Thank you for the update. I'm looking forward to looking at it and going there and, just lounging around. It looks really nice just by the picture there. Thank you so much.
Okay, and then the third project we'd like to talk about is the Coconino County Operations Center. This will construct a new approximately 9,000 square foot operations center on the Sheep Hill campus, Public Works campus. And this facility will house emergency management, flood control, and the new emergency operations center. We're in about 50% design right now. We have project budget range of about 4.5 to 5.5 million is what our estimates from our architect at the concept level have indicated. Our schedule for the project is we're in design currently. We'll be working through design over the summer. This will be a hard bid project due to the federal grant funding requirements. So we will be issuing that bid in hopefully fall 2025. And we have about a year and a half construction window, but we're anticipating having completion of that in early 2027. Here's some renderings of the facility. The left rendering is the bird's eye of the campus. You can see the operations centers kind of to the right of that picture. And then Ray will be talking about the storage building, which is the long building off to the left. The lower right photo is a rendering of the operations center. So as I mentioned, our county partners on this are emergency management, flood control. LEA is the architect on this. They were selected through our on-call list. They've done a lot of firehouses and other similar emergency operations centers. So that was what led us to that. A cool fact on this one, I think, is that we're working closely with Public Works on it, and we're going to be able to hopefully leverage two projects. So we have one architect, we'll have one bid for the contractor, but we'll be able to share utilities, hopefully get an economy of scale to both be pre-engineered metal buildings. So hopefully we can use two projects run in conjunction to get the most value out of it and streamline the process schedule and the budget. Any questions on this project?
Supervisor Fowler.
Did we receive the full federal funding on this?
So the funding we had, a CDS request for funding. So we have about $1 million in CDS funding. There's a balance of that would be funded through the general fund. We have a second CDS application in for 2025, and we're waiting to hear on that one.
Other comments, questions?
Supervisor
Begay.
Yeah, I just want to say that I was fortunate enough to go through the operations center and where things were situated. I think this project was badly needed. For the staff that work there and making sure that they do their. I mean, the work is done, in sequence and because it seems like there's something over here and then over here, then back over here, and you guys were kind of going round and round with it. But I just want to say, I think this is a good setup and it's workable, and we just have to give the proper tools to the staff and, to ensure that, to get their job done. So I just want to say that I was glad to go there to do the visit. Thank you.
Questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, just really excited that this project's coming through. We need it, as we've been fortunate in the last couple years not having major emergencies through the summer, but knowing what could possibly happen, we need this space. And then also just a shout out to Health and Human Services with the youth program. Really looking forward to that. We need it in our community, and I believe that I agree that even though we wanted to see our own stand-up building, it was a good utilization of our space that we have available. But to make that happen, we need this operations center to work as well. So it's all a whole bunch of pieces of moving parts, right? And so good job, team. Appreciate it.
And I know that we need the emergency operations center right now today, obviously. We aren't going to have that till 2027. So I know I'm assuming there'll be further discussions on what we're going to do with emergency management and the EOC, because I think they're going to be kicked out before this is completed. So we look forward to the temporary homes that they're going to be housed in. So.
Yeah, just one point on that. We do have temporary operations center able to stand up in the old elections warehouse. So we have an interim space as we move construction from the HHS when we displace EOC from that space, to have that as an interim if we need to.
Well, they're gonna need a space somewhere. So.
And Chair, I would just add, while the construction's happening, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim and his team are going to be, their offices are not going to be displaced. Their operations that are ongoing on a daily basis are not going to be displaced. While the other HHS things are the emergency operations center, which is currently set up for an emergency in the Ponderosa room. Then once the construction begins on that, what Jeff is talking about, the elections warehouse, the old elections warehouse could be the actual EOC in the event of an opening in operations. I'm going to I know that there's been a lot of effort in that, but I'll let Tom speak to that.
Yeah, thank you. So we've vetted this with IT, emergency management, that the elections warehouse is currently almost identical to the size that they're operating out of if an EOC is activated. We feel that for the vast majority of events that we could foresee, Tim and his staff believe that it is a workable solution. Now, if we have a large event that dictates that we move to a larger area, we will relocate the EOC during that event if the situation warrants that. Right, Tim? Yeah.
No, I just thank you for your time. It was exciting to present these projects and then just turn it over to Ray to talk about his vehicle storage barn project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, members of the board, and county management team. Ray Garcia, Deputy Director of Public Works. I just want to introduce Josh Brooks. He's our Facility and Capital Improvement Projects Manager at Public Works. He led the $5.5 million renovation of B3. And so we're looking forward to him working with FMD and tackling this project as well. And as you know, just a little bit of background, this project wasn't slated until FY 28. However, like Jeff said, with the EOC coming on board now, it was a great opportunity for us to partner and do these simultaneously and maybe save some money and just get them all completed at the same time. We're giving up a 6-bay barn for the EOC. In trade, we're going to be building a 10-bay barn plus an additional bay at the end for the emergency management mobile command center and some of their other equipment that they have. So it's going to be a joint project all the way around. In addition to that, on the storage building on the west end, we are building 3 large, what we call ready rooms or training areas for our road maintenance crews and for public works events, our safety day, our public works days, and our quarterly all hands meetings. However, these 3 rooms can be opened up into one large room, and we'll be able to use that for across the whole county for conferences or training or whatever we need. So it's going to be a multi-use facility. The budget is $5 to $6 million. It's all transportation funds for this project. And as Jeff stated, it's all in design in collaboration at the same time, simultaneous with the EOC. So the same architect, Same team, we'll have the same contractor. It should be, I'm looking forward to this really getting kicked off here at the end of the year and start construction first of the year. And hopefully we get done sooner than a year. But in general, that's the concept. Any questions of me?
Questions, members of the board?
No,
Supervisor.
just that, I had a chance to see this whole area, what they're talking about, where the buildings are in one area. That's where the whole thing needs to be revamped in certain ways that, it's more, a workable environment, I guess is what it is. So, and there were a lot of obsolete things that were happening that were in there also, and things not working, and, it could be a safety hazard. So I'm just so thankful that you guys are pushing it up so that for the safety of our staff and, others that go there. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys did to get this up and going, and then, trying to get them together to save costs. That's what we need to do and look at. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I have to say, I really like the architectural design on this. They did a great job, and you're there now, and it's you aren't quite sure where you are, right? Quite frankly, when you're driving through there. But it's going to look really nice, well use of space and very nice design. So kudos to you all on that.
Thank you. And one fun fact I'll add, like Jeff added, we're now going to have an actual bathroom for people that use the fuel island out there instead of porta potties. So that'll be really nice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll turn it back over to Tom.
Supervisor Vasquez.
You can tell that people are excited about that because that's like the third or fourth time we've been told that in these presentations.
Thank you, Ray. We'll just jump in real quick. The Coconino County Tribal Nation Service Center. We had a little bit of a discussion about this at the last day of budget, specifically regarding the congressionally directed spending from 3 years ago now, and kind of where that stands. So just wanted to take a quick opportunity to remind the board of the overall program for this building and the intent of it. So this is something that's been around for multiple years. We're hoping to kick it off this year. The federal USDA has told us that funds would be available in June. We're in June. We have not heard from them since that email. So this might be a little bit delayed slightly further. I did reach out to our contact today, so hopefully we'll get some movement on this. But ultimately what we're trying to achieve up there is a multi-purpose, approximately 4,200 square foot building that will be on park property. Thank you, Cynthia, on the north portion of the park. And the cool thing about this is our master plan, ever since 2009, and including the one that we just had that you all adopted in the beginning of February, identifies a need for regional service centers. And this will be the first regional service center that we're going to accomplish. And it's probably in the community that needs it the most. So I do have a list of departments that are intended to operate out of this. So we have both Supervisor District 4 and District 5 will have offices. The sheriff's officer will have an office that's not in a basement of the library, which is really good. We'll have areas for the recorder and elections to operate out of. Health and Human Services will not be in a lease building, which is really good. We'll have rooms for courts and other criminal justice partners to be able to operate up there for initial whatever that looks like. Adult probation, county attorney, public defender, the courthouse, adult probation, juvenile. We'll also have spaces for Parks and Rec employees to be able to have touchdowns to do trainings or conference calls with staff and flag staff. And we'll also have a place for public works. So it's just a really cool building that'll not only serve just about every county function that already exists up there, but provide a nice space for when we have elections or other community events or community groups that want to use the multi-purpose rooms. So we don't have a lot of drawings on this at this point. Part of our grant application with the USDA for the congressional appropriation required us to do an architectural feasibility study. So this is kind of the result of that right here. So this is a pretty basic plan set of kind of the direction that we're going in here. So as you can see, the image on the left there indicates a fairly large parking lot. We obviously know that Tuba City has the need for a lot of county services, and during elections, they have a large voting population. So the building itself is about 4,000 square feet. We have close to 30 parking spots there. And then you could see in the right hand, the image on the right side there, a bunch of offices and multi-purpose rooms and conference rooms. So we are hoping to get funding released from the federal government here in the coming months. We already have a portion of the project costs for general fund. So we're hoping to get this project underway for design in the coming fiscal year.
This has been a long time in the coming, so that's good news. Other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Appreciate all the updates. I really like the way you set it up, where each department provides an update and they have a, outline, and that it really shows progress. And, just we've been working on master plan after master plan in all kinds of ways and all kinds of models that we've seen. And I'm really happy to see that these projects, some of them are moving forward, and we have a really complex county building system. And I know we need to vamp them out, getting out of rented buildings and being able to have our own. And I think this really shows progress. I'm really happy to see that these programs are our buildings are on their way. And I do hope that Tuba City building does come about. And I don't know how we can juggle the jar up there. And with that, and then other projects, that are in the waiting right now, like Highway 89, it still is very concerning that those can be approved and then held up like that. So we'll see where we are, and we'll just continue to write our letters and make our phone calls to see how it can be. But we have to really be thankful, though, that we have congressional delegations that fully support us and understand us. That's one part, that our senators anyway, they're very supportive. We have senators that are very supportive and really understand our needs and our champions out there. I can't say much for the other, but at least we have two that is really a champion out there. So thank you.
And just a fun fact, because everybody else was doing it, we were actually awarded, well, there was indication that our representatives in Arizona were going to appropriate another $900,000 to this project in FY25. Unfortunately, that got delayed. So we are resubmitting for we already have resubmitted for FY26 for additional funding for this project.
Thanks. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for the update. I think it's very important that we have something out up in Tuba City area, because that we have of the where we meet, where the rubber meets the road, or whatever type of wording that can be used. But anyway, I think that we really need to, even though we don't get funded. I had asked the administration is what other dollars can we use? Is there any other funding we can use? We just don't want to say, well, they're not approving. We're just waiting, and we're just, and so I think, we really need to push this one, because it's a long time coming, and, it's going to save a lot of money, costs, for people, and to be coming into Flagstaff or vice versa, to get the services that are needed out there, and getting the education out there to the people is very important also. So I just want to say that, even though we don't get those fundings, we have part funding, but we need to look for more funding somewhere, to ensure that we get this thing going and get it done. So I just want to, I still advocate, and say that I think it's doable. We need to do it. And so I just want to say thank you to the administration, and then the staff there are working on these projects. We just can't, there's a reason why we develop plans for them, because of the need that we have, for our constituents out there, the people we serve, and they need these services. And that's our job, is to ensure that we help them out. So thank you so much.
just add one more? So part of these capital updates also will include Parks and Recreation. Cynthia's here also. They have a lot of projects that are on the books and for this upcoming year. So we're thinking the next update will Cynthia will be at the lectern also to give an update on Parks and Rec stuff.
We look forward to that too. We were all excited when she was presenting her and her Parks and Rec master plan. So, especially with Fort Tuthill, we look forward to that. All right. Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We appreciate it. All right, and I'm going to turn this over to our county manager. Is there anything else we need before we consider the executive session?
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Appreciate the presentations today. Very informative. Thanks for all our partners for being here. And with that, I would recommend we go into executive session with our county attorney's office for state, federal, local, executive order updates, et cetera.
Members of the board, we have a request from our county attorney's office to go into executive session regarding legal advice, regarding legal implications of government activity and orders at the federal, state, and local level. Do I have a motion? I have a motion for an executive session. Do I have a second? Motion and second. All those in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. What did you do? It is unanimous. We are going into executive session. Members of the public, we will be back after the executive session for an adjournment. Thank you so much. Well, it's about 20 to 5. It's been a long day, lots of very good information, lots of hard work by our staff and also of the board. And guess what? We stand adjourned.